Let's go live. We're live.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it live.
We're live?
Yeah, we're live.
Hi. Welcome in 2 in a row. That means next week we can't play because then we win D&D. But
Actually, I can't play next week.
Fucking guy, dude.
Disrespect.
What's next week? Next week's my birthday, dude. You're gonna miss my birthday, dude? That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I forgot. Now I can't play next.
Guys, I can't play next week. I got a birthday to go to.
Yeah, right, buddy. Don't come here. It's too cold.
No, next week is in person for the birthday. That's what that means.
Yeah, all right, dude. I'd come. I'd
show up too.
All right. I'd show up too. All right. Who wants to do recap? Whimsy, did you bring your notes?
I don't have my notes.
Yes, I did.
People don't have
Oh
notes.
shit!
I know.
You want to hit us with it?
No.
Please don't hit me with your notebook.
I didn't take good notes. Hold on, let me see what I wrote.
You just said take notes, not how good they were.
I wrote 4 things: snake oil salesman, an overheard thing, and something about Misty.
Do you want me to do the
All right.
recap from last week?
You weren't here.
I'll do it. Fine. I found
Me
my
halfway
notes.
through. Hey, where's Hojin? Actually,
Yeah, please.
yeah.
I'll do the recap. So,
All right.
We arrived at Peng Peng after traveling on the road. We went to the stables to drop off our carriage and our horses and stuff, and some very kind orc fellows that I definitely don't want to get in a fight with. Took care of everything. We made a deal on how much it would cost. We learned that Peng Peng is mostly dwarves are the town guard, essentially, and if anyone is not a dwarf and comes up to you and says, "Hey, I'm a guard, come with me," don't listen to them. They're big on respect, so this disrespect is treated harshly, and respect is pretty much a neutral territory. Something about beef jerky, which is like the lambus bread of beef jerky, where one bite fills you up.
Well, that's one of
something
the
about
things
soap.
that Nimona got.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. This is all stuff from the bridge. The beef jerky. Nimona bought soap. What the hell that's
Yeah.
for? It's like prestidigitation for people that can't do it. Yeah. The magic origami paper. The origami paper, like the distraction paper, folds itself into birds and stuff. And then there was a line to get into the place. There were people doing mending magic. There was a group of 6 people that were arrested for drunken disorderly. Let's see. The bag check went well. I just remembered there's a large chunk missing because my pen died, so I had to switch pens. The bag check went well. So we skip all that middle stuff that you definitely had plot hooks in there. We went through bag check after Nimona made it a pain in the ass for the guy because it was a magical bag. And then the fucking sassy lady at the desk gave us coins for if we need to leave, they disappear. But the coins can help us skip the line, so don't let it disappear or else it's kind of fucked. Any of the guard stations can basically guide us. There's usually someone there that can translate if necessary. None of us can speak Dwarven, so we're going to have a lot of fun reading street signs and all sorts of stuff. We were looking for the Stone Ward quarters, which is where the representative of the Burning Compass were at. There was just this big Goliath and a squirrel girl. The Goliath pushed Theo to the ground, and Theo basically told him he's an asshole without telling him directly, and Squirrel Girl agreed. Just leave it at that. We found naturally went straight to the marketplace to wander around because you're given the option, and we won a bet with a guy to get a coin of yes no is what I wrote down. It is a coin that gives you either critical fail or a critical success if you're trying to do something. When you flip it, you can flip it twice per short rest. I believe it was Hex's character that got boots and an amulet related to Kint, I think, or was looking for boots, and then the amulet was also related to Kint.
I got
Yeah.
the boots.
Misty saw it.
Yeah.
So Venguk Rafarin is the gnome that is the liaison for the Burning Compass that we met up with, who is a big giant stone door to their office. And then we went inside. We had a lot of cheese, or I had a lot of cheese. Let's see. We were found out or I should say the rest of the group found out they were the second group in 5 years to survive contact with an anchor of some kind. The next anchor is in the town of Dawnspire. And then we went through to find out where we were going to stay. We all decided that we were going to stay at the quarters in the immediate vicinity of the Burning Compasses area. And Theo dispelled the guy's doorbell, and he was upset about it, but not too crazy. And we found out that there are pygmy Leonin creatures, people. They can't be called creatures. I'm sorry. I take that back.
What everything in
But-
5 years a creature?
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we left off where we all got separate rooms and went nights, and that was it. Do you want to fill in the parts I missed? Because there was definitely a big chunk of them, but I blame my pen.
Did you bring up
I have a new
Misty?
pen. I did not bring up Misty.
There was a portion. Does anybody have the Misty notes?
There was a portion that the gnome asked about how, if any of us brought back Mev to life. None of us.
Yep.
Rin said he was a cleric, but he could not use a spell to bring back the dead. And everyone else got told, no, can't do it. And then Misty was the last person bringing up that she had a patron. But we don't know anything about the patron. I don't know, but I will say Rin says, have we discussed that Rin knows that she has celestial magic? Because of using detect good and evil.
You know that she gave off celestial energy. You don't know that it was magical or anything, but
Okay.
she herself was giving off the celestial being energy.
Yeah. But that was way back then when I was trying to figure out about the eyeball ring.
I was adding things to Lynn's inventory because I forgot to do that.
Yeah, good.
Okay, I think that fills in everything.
Oh, and there were a lot of rules that we cannot do in the Stone Quarter place.
Which pretty much a lot to don't be a dick.
Yeah, don't be a dick.
I am so glad I know all of those rules.
I told you
And
them.
I definitely won't accidentally break any of them.
You guys were sitting down for dinner, and that is where we pick up.
Wow.
At the free mess
You guys are
hall.
just
You got legs
more
now.
for just sitting
You got legs
Dinner?
now.
Yeah, you got legs.
Yeah, but I can't. Yeah, but not sitting legs. Are they like spider legs?
No, they bend. They gave you bendable
Oh, do they?
knees.
Yeah,
Oh
Bender.
yeah, you can do
Like
stairs and
spiders'
everything.
legs bend.
You can be like
Mhm.
Bender now from Futurama.
I don't know.
What'd you say?
I thought they were
Twist?
like 6 legs.
I said
3
nothing.
on each
I'm
side.
dropping things.
Oh. But yeah, most of you who can eat will sit down to get food. Some of you will just sit down to watch everybody because you're weird. As you guys come out, who remembers the lady's name? They said, "Don't piss off 2 people."
I remembered.
Fuck, I knew I forgot to write something down.
Something was Pete, or no, it was
No,
Phil.
it's Phil. Don't piss off Phil.
Fuck that guy. Don't piss off Phil and
Oh, I'm gonna piss off Phil.
Grandma.
Graham, the cook, whatever the cook's name was. Don't go in the kitchen was one of the
Nana.
rules.
Don't go in her kitchen.
Don't remember her name.
Damn.
Theo will
Neither
call
do
the whoever's the server over and ask, "Hey, who is the lady we were supposed to not piss off? We were warned about a lady that is in the kitchen. We're not supposed to go in there."
Mama Joe?
Mama Joe. Thank you. See, guys, I was telling you it was Mama Joe.
Yes. They have
Um,
vegetarian here. They said it was extra, right?
well, I mean, you don't have to pay for food here, your guests. But
Oh,
we can do
vegetarian then.
probably like a potato salad.
Sounds wonderful.
All right. The other options for tonight that Mama Joe is making up, we have a horseradish and mustard stew. It comes with pig meat, so pork, and potatoes, carrots, things of that nature. Otherwise, we can do a simple sliced pork sandwich with a drizzle of a house sauce, and it comes with a side of deep fried smashed potatoes.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
What is the difference between smashed and mashed?
Smashed, you leave on the outer portion of the potato. Mashed, you generally peel that outer portion and then you smash it after it is boiled.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know. I haven't ever eaten a potato, so I was just curious.
Would you like to try one?
No, I don't eat food. Thank you though.
Oh. That would make sense.
Yeah. It honestly,
Yep.
it would probably kill me. Well, I
Don't
mean,
need
shut
it
me
on
down
my
until.
conscience.
No, well, like not really. I mean, am I really alive? Who knows if I'm really alive or anything like that, you know? But like,
That's
it would
above
probably
my
shut me
pay
down for a
grade to
little bit.
answer that question, yeah. Do you need like
Oh, yeah.
oil or something? I can definitely get you some of that.
No, I'm okay. I'll just sit here and hum on the magic ether.
Sounds great. All right. What does everybody else want?
That stew sounds delicious. Can I also have a side of the potato salad that he's having?
Yes.
Thank you.
What did you want, Miss? Looks over at Misty.
Love the stew as well.
Stew. 2 stews, a potato salad. You want a potato salad? 2 stews, 2 salads.
Take a third stew.
3 stews.
Me too.
4 stews. 4 stews and 2 potatoes. All right. he hobbles away. This is a smaller gnomish individual, probably mid-30s ish. Has like some facial hair going on, but also dressed up very nicely in kind of like a, similar to what the Leonin was wearing, the tux and everything. And you can hear some clanging and yelling coming from the kitchen, and you hear almost every time when clangs and slams, almost always comes, "I'm so sorry, Mama Joe. It won't happen again." And after a little bit of time, your food does come out. Is there anything you guys want to discuss? It's about 30 minutes to 45 before everything is done. You guys kind of are coming just before dinner was ready.
We did the stables for only 2 days, and we're staying for 3 days to make the decision, right? So we need to at least go to the stables to get one more day.
Well, they said you could
So
pay
they said
afterwards.
Mhm.
Oh, you can pay
They said
after?
it
Okay,
would.
cool.
The first 2 days was 1 silver, and then it was 8
7 copper a day.
7 copper a day. After that, but they would just. It's a running tab, so whenever we get back, we'll just pay it.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right. Nothing anybody wants to discuss, or? Cool. All right. Your food comes out. Did I hear a? Okay.
No.
I mean, if you want to talk about something, you can. Like I said, it's 45 minutes until dinner comes out for you guys.
Theo's just like subtly playing his pan flute, just because no one's talking, so he's breaking up the silence.
I want to offer everyone a bite of the everlasting jerky thingy-majig, or whatever it was that he had.
Theo stops playing his flute. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. You're gonna offer everyone something that fills them up with one bite right before their food comes out.
It's a test.
Oh, Theo fails.
Is that what it was, Ghost?
Yep, I put it in your inventory.
Okay, my inventory just says possession. New. Oops.
New item possession.
You don't see this?
Possession.
And I might have to refresh since you just put them in.
Maybe because you had it up?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's goofy as fuck.
But yeah.
Oh, we found something we don't like with the new system. Woo! But let's see. So it's a piece of jerky that fills the consumer and makes it so they don't need to eat any more the rest of the day. So it's not just one meal, it's all of the meals for the rest of the day. But there is a hidden effect, which I have a whole slew
Theo
of.
was walking ahead of you and not paying attention to the bullshit you were buying. He was just going. So did you just go, hey, does someone want some of this beef jerky I bought?
What'd you say?
Oh, that was me asking, did you tell anybody ahead of time what the beef jerky was, or did you just say, hey, I bought some beef jerky? Because
Yeah.
Theo was not with you when you bought it.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't tell no one.
Yeah.
Here, want to try this?
Sure. What is it? Just
Beef
looks good.
jerky, I think.
I will find out, I guess.
Okay. Tell me how it is.
Ghost, I did.
And how you feel.
I will. Ghost, I sent you a DM.
Yep.
Let's see.
I was double checking.
Orders 2 things of food. I'm so full. I can't even eat it.
I just want to verify.
I
mean,
First,
How
I
does it
need a
taste?
100
Okay.
from,
see.
we're going to say from Whimsy, since she's the one that has, because then that'll
Okay.
determine what you need to roll.
Okay.
She accidentally gave it all to me.
Did you eat
What?
all of it?
Do
'Cause that
100?
does change it. Yeah, do
What'd you
100.
say? Do 100? Okay.
81 dies.
Yeah.
Just dies on spot.
Hey guys, good news. Vash is alive
ooh.
again.
Third
Um,
character.
Ooh, this one's weird. Okay, go ahead. Give me a con save with advantage.
Okay. Let's see.
21. You
21.
bite into the jerky. It is like a peppered flavor, so it's got a little tiny kick to it when you initially bite into it. It's pretty like hard on the bite because it's not been covered, and it's this
Yeah.
dude's been waving it around since for probably hours before Nimona was probably the first person to finally buy into his bullshit.
And he made a batch of it like 4 days prior, and it's still the
yeah,
same batch.
yeah. So it's not like it's expired. It's still edible, but it's rough. You've definitely had worse jerky flavor wise, but it's a pretty tough eat. But you eat it and you don't feel like anything happens.
That's not awful. How much was that? As you can see, he's visibly
It was
like
free.
that explains the texture.
Oh,
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
you're welcome.
We could just call that jerky because I don't know if it's beef, but yeah,
I don't know. I'd never really
Thank-
had jerky a lot.
I appreciate you offering. I will not indulge a second time though. Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready for your meal?
Yeah, I feel fine.
Okay.
I mean, the jerky wasn't that bad. I don't think I'm gonna like throw up or anything.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay. Can I do an insight check to see what the fuck she's asking me for?
Just smiles.
Would that be an insight check?
Sorry, one more time. I had to write other notes down. For no
I was
reason.
gonna say she was like, are you fine? You're okay? Like like quizzical about how I ate this jerky, and I'm just sitting here just.
Oh, you
fine.
want to see if she
So can
knew
I do an
that there was
insight-
enough
Yeah.
effect? Sure.
Yes, because she didn't tell me, hey, this might make you a whatever. So
Me? No.
7.
Oh. that's no.
Because you didn't
No.
technically give all the information out, just give me a deception real quick, Nimona.
And that's not a 7. I didn't have advantage. That's a 3.
It
Deception.
sure
I'm
is.
very good at that, guys.
That's a 4. It's
Just
still
enough.
wins.
I have a negative
All
one.
It's enough.
And it's
She's
still
looking at me
wins.
like, ha, 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 ha.
No. You think she just wanted you to try some beef jerky?
Definitely have something to drink if you're gonna have some of that though.
Okay.
Might help it go down a little bit.
I feel like unless anybody else states, I think the only person that would have been by her side the whole time would have been Mom Forge.
So,
And that was more of okay, you've talked to this guy long enough, grabs by the arm, moves on to the next.
Oh, that was the guy that she was like, well, what'd you make it with? Like, how'd you talk?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes,
it, like
she
was
quizzed
ripping into him, and
everybody,
he was just like, take it and go
and-
away.
And Mom Forged was standing behind her, like, "Don't you try to rip off my nim nim." And so that's why she got everything for free, because this big, mechanical looking warforged that they've never seen before is just like has no emotion on their face, so it's just dead staring them, and they're just like, "This is creepy. Get the fuck away from me. Here, take this and go." All right. Well, you were pretty full though. You feel like feel like you're satiated. Some time passes as you still feel okay. The potato salads come out to the couple people that wanted them. And so the salad itself, it's not like Midwest potato salad where it's like mayo and potatoes and all that shit. It's thinly sliced, slightly grilled potatoes, so they have like grill marks on them. Mixed with some leafy greens, tomatoes, carrots, and has like a drizzle of like a vinaigrette on top, with some bread croutons that are like handmade, that you can see the unevenness of the shapes, but they have like a seasoning on them that kind of give them kind of like a cheesy flavoring to them.
This is exquisite.
I will let her know. Thank you.
Theo only takes like 3 or 4 bites and goes, "It's very good, but it's very filling."
I've never heard anybody say that about a salad, but thank you. And he comes back shortly after, and you see him carrying this tray above his head, kind of almost resting on his head as he just slides it onto the top of the table, and he hops up onto a chair, and he starts sliding the bowls to everybody, and they slide perfectly and around bowls and just slide where they need to go. And he passes out some spoons and everything. Did anybody want? I got wine, ale, cow's milk, goat's milk, and we also have some water. But it's been a couple days journey, so it's been in the kegs for a few days. But it is cooled, but it's not fresh water. We have to go a few days away to a natural spring to get it.
Wine, please.
I'll take an
wine as
ale.
well.
Ale, 2 wines. Ladies,
Okay, can I just get a water?
okay.
Wine.
Nim, you're too young.
Mom Forged, like like the screen for Mom Forged's face just becomes like a line.
I meant water.
Much better.
You see him like spits out the cork on top, and he pours a few bottles of wine. He starts pouring Nemonas, and then she changes it to water, and he's like, looks over his shoulder, sets that cup to the side, grabs a new cup, and pours out a couple cups of water, and has a small like little keg, and slides that in front of you, Rin. You just pull the little cork, the ale's inside of it. That's how we transfer it between where they make it and down here. It's easier just to drink it right from there.
Nice.
So it's not like anything spectacular. It definitely is not like what you guys drank from that one inn a few nights ago. For some of you, anyways. It's not bad, but it's not good. It's about middle of the road type wine. It'll definitely give you a small buzz, and you can taste that it is probably packed with preservatives because, well, you guys are underground in a dormant volcano. Getting the necessary things to make wine close by probably is non-existent for the most part. So they must most likely transport all of that type of good into the city. All right, if you need anything, let me know. And remember the one rule about the kitchen. Who's got
go
it?
in it?
Don't go
Don't
in
piss
it.
off
You're
Mama
very-
Joe.
You guys are the smart ones of the group. I know it. He hops down off the chair, and he grabs his like little tray and he just starts.
I don't like him.
I
You
like
don't
that
like
guy.
He's a
anyone-
terrible judge of character.
So, you guys eat your dinner. Do you discuss anything at dinner about what you had talked about or any plans moving forward for the rest of the day? It's about 6 p.m.
I plan on heading to the library. What are your plans today?
Do the same.
Name Z.
Am I? What am I supposed to? Yeah.
Do you
Right.
want- yeah, the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
The thing.
Oh,
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go explore.
Are you, like
and I
leaving
imagine-
the area or like
No,
explore
no.
this area?
Ooh. I don't know.
Well,
Okay,
I
well-
want to go visit to the churches.
Go with him.
that church is. You should probably do outside of the Burning Crusade.
Yeah, it's
or Burning
not here.
Compass.
Rin, a man of the cloth. Not exactly what I would have put down, but yes. Oh, he's rolling dice. Okay. I was wondering what I was looking at.
Hey, that's pretty good.
They're pretty good.
So, Mev, you're using the library here to do some research along with Theo. Nimona, Rin, you are going to Mass. Mom Forge, I assume you're going along with.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Misty.
As I wanted to go to the library as well.
3 library, 3 church. Easy peasy. Putting up the party. That never goes wrong.
It's gonna be
Mhm.
great. It's gonna be great.
All right. So as you guys finish eating up, you finish your meals. Say it's roughly about 6:30 by the time you scarf everything down for most of you. When they take your plate, Theo, and he kind of looks at that, there's like still 85% of it in there.
Yeah, there's a large
just
chunk of
like-
it there.
He's like, "Was it not good?"
No, it was delightful, but for some reason, like I don't know, my stomach is just very full. Can I like take some of that to like? Is there a container I can take it with, or keep it? I would love to eat more of it later. It's just
I don't know what would be more disrespectful to Mama Joe, that you didn't finish it while sitting here, or that you want a doggy bag.
a
Mona
doggy
is
bag.
failing
This is
at
what you
keeping a
tell
straight
Mama
face.
Joe. This is what you tell Mama Joe, because it's not that he didn't like the food. He loved it so much. He didn't want to eat it in one sitting, and he wants to experience it again later.
And I feel like it would be disrespectful. I don't. Are you guys gonna like serve that to someone else, or are you going to throw it away? I
No.
feel like throwing it away would
She's
be
just gonna ask me
disrespectful.
why there's so much food left. That's
You could
fine.
say
I'll tell
because
her.
you're packing it up.
It's
You're packing up to go.
Perfect. We'll say you
In a
want to
hurry.
eat it while studying, and you didn't want to waste it by rushing through it. You want to enjoy the flavor profile.
I was trying to savor the meal. Yes.
Right. Yes. Okay. You see like terror is on his face, and you like hear him whispering to himself. He'll stop and pause. But he just wants to savor it. He just wants to savor it, Mama Joe. He just wants to. And you
Yeah,
hear
and-
like he
and-
gets around the corner.
And
Like
Theo
3
will
minutes later.
take out his. No, Theo
What?
will take out his flute before he walks away and like play just a little jaunty note and cast bardic inspiration on him.
And you see just before he gets to like the kitchen like doorway, where he does like one more like You can see he's trying to like pep himself up, and you can kind of see almost like your bardic inspiration almost used as he
Stood up a
rounds
little
the corner,
straighter
and you just you hear like what, and you see a pan go flying across the kitchen, and you hear yelling and slamming and banging for a little bit, and then a few more minutes pass, and around the corner you see him covered in a little bit of flour and some other things she must have been cooking with, but he has this like little glass container jar with like a twist metal top to it, and like a fork, and he kind of walks up and goes, "Here you go.
Oh, thank you
Not
so
as
much.
bad this
I'm
time."
sorry for the
She,
sorry for the trouble,
No.
but
that was her happy. That was her happy. Ooh. And you see as he like
All right.
turns around, you can see like more flour and like berries and other things pressed against his back that had like exploded from when she just like was throwing things. And you see he gets and he grabs a broom and he just starts sweeping through the doorway. Yeah, you have now this like little container of her potato salad. We'll say it's good for the next like day max.
okay.
It's not refrigerated, and there's like leafy greens that are really gonna get gross in there if you don't eat it quickly. You're gonna open it and go, ooh, never mind.
all I can imagine is like, yes, I'd like a box for this. Like if you're sitting at a modern restaurant, I'd like a box for this, but instead they bring you a mason jar and tell you to just stuff it all in there.
Pretty
And it's
much
just
all
like
it
layers.
is. Yep.
This is the soup that went with my fries and my burger. Better just dump it in the top.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ew. That's what it looks like after you put it in your stomach anyway, right?
True. All goes to the same place. Who cares?
Mhm.
All right. So as you guys get up, we're going to do what every party knows not to do and separate the group. So 3 of you are remaining here. The 3 of you that wanted to do research, you make your turn back towards the direction of the library. And the other 3 of you will head upward towards the noble halls, where the churches are located. For the most part, there is generally a denomination of most of the gods here. So God of death and life are definitely here, as they're notably the 2 oldest and 2 main, quote unquote, main religions, as everything starts with life and ends with death, that sort of thing. And everything else kind of just falls just shortly afterward, is how they try to phrase everything usually. So as you guys are headed there, you're going back through the market, and you can either wait at the elevator or head up the very lengthy set of stairs. Mom Force thankfully doesn't get tired, but it is still stairs, and it's still a lot of them. But before we go to that portion, the 3 of you that are doing your research, you stop by the Pygmy Leonin gentleman from the front and ask for directions to the library. He brings you to the location, and as you guys enter the library, it is vast. It is fairly large. If you had to guess, just by looking at it from in here, there is probably a few thousand books in this library. Multiple tiers. There's 2 tiers of flooring for books, and there's quite a significant amount of books in here. For you to go through each and every book could probably take years. That's how many books are in here. You do see a couple individuals in robes that you had seen previously when you had walked in, except they don't have the like specialized sashes. They just have the robes. You can kind of deduce from the few people that you've met and who you've passed in the small time you've been here, these are probably your just normal ranking members of the Burning Compass. But you can see that most of them are pretty deep into some form of research as they have book stacks around them and they are jotting down notes and flipping through pages pretty vigorously. As when the doors kind of swing open, there's that like the doors clearly haven't been open in a few days. So that like gust of like fresh air versus the stagnant air kind of like pass through each other. And you can kind of see them look over and you can just see the tiredness on their face. And they kind of acknowledge that they see you and then just go right back to what they were working on. The Leonin kind of brings you down a set of stairs and to this desk area where you see a tall elvish woman who the only things you can see currently, because there's so many stacks of books, are the very tops of her ears, and she has this like silvery almost blondish hair that flows in between them. And as she kind of rounds the corner, you can see that her hair itself is in this like messy ponytail that was probably done a few days ago. It was braided probably a few days ago, but it's been so long that those braids are starting to slowly come apart, and they're of different tightness around her length. And she is nose deep into a book with some glasses, and she notices you and kind of removes them. Oh, thank you, Master. How can I help you all? And you see the Leonin kind of slaps one of you on the ass as he kind of walks away. And you guys approach her. What can I help you all with?
Did
We're trying to. Oh,
Did you want to go first? I was going to say, sorry.
is that gonna me?
I'm pointing at either of you.
Oh,
Is you and Click, was it you that Mev came with us to the library or whatever? Yeah.
we're trying to see if we can find anything about a town called Dawnspire. If you have any.
Dawnspire. I believe I do. That's that town just south of here. You can kind of see like she's looking upwards, but you can almost see she has these like markings now that you look closer. Very faint runic markings that kind of go underneath her eyes and down her face, and then they continue down her neck and kind of onto her body underneath her cloak. And you can see them kind of glow in different patterns as she is looking. Oh yes. Second floor. There's a section in the geographical area. If you look in the southern region area, there should be 3 books, 1 on the 3rd shelf and 2 on the 2nd shelf. And they should be fairly marked easily with Dawnspire or something similar of the nature. If you have any trouble finding them, please let me know.
Perfect. And then she turns over to the other two. Is there anything else you want to look for?
Yeah. I have a couple. I want to do some research on the Burning Compass and the founder, as well, as long as with some anchors, there's any information we have on that as well.
Okay, our leader. What were you looking, like a biography on him or?
Oh, just past achievements, goals, things of that nature.
Achievements and goals. Okay. Lord Valeris. Okay, I probably will have to dig into our personal archives for that. Those wouldn't necessarily be classified. There's just not as many, but I can certainly bring you like the early history and the founding books that he had written. and kind of his reasoning why the burning compass was established. I don't think he has any personal journals here, but I will go back through and look again. And you said also any anchors, like on a boat or?
Is it not common knowledge about the anchors? Like, this is out of character.
Anchors aren't like everyday conversation type pieces. You do know that you're only the second group in the last 5 years to even see an anchor up close. Not saying that there isn't information about it, but it wouldn't be surprising if you didn't specify which, I guess, being a magical anchor. And she also, the way she's quizzically looking at you, she doesn't know who you are. So you could also be asking things outside of her. If she can just freely give information, there might be things that she is told that she is not allowed to give to people.
Well, the guests here on discovering more about the anchors were only the second to discover one alive, apparently.
Are you the Winter's Grasp?
Oh, no.
Oh.
With the Ruin Rovers.
Oh, were you the group that met with the Lord Inquisitor today?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I did hear murmurs about that. Yes, I do have some things on them. I will have to request permission, but I'm sure it won't be that difficult to get that passed. I will just go see him briefly for you. But I can definitely probably work on that for you. Was there anything else before I leave to go talk to him?
Are we allowed to pursue and like look around as
Oh,
we
absolutely.
see fit?
Everything
do you have
out
anything
here
about
is
exotic
ahead.
magics, old exotic magics, things of that nature? Section.
You see she, like, her eyes kind of again roll upwards, and more runes on her hands and arms also start showing. And yes, and she points over her shoulder, first floor, kind of in the very back corner. If you go around, there's a back side. It should be second shelf from the bottom. About 6 books in, there should be a small section on ancient runic magic, and other ancient magic spells and things of that nature.
Greatly appreciated.
Okay. Anything else before I head out? Okay. Take a table anywhere. There's tables upstairs, downstairs. There are 2 private rooms if you would like those. If they're open, feel free to take them. If you shut the door, you can activate the spell that silences the area around so people can't eavesdrop. And it also prevents sound from coming in. Some people like to study that way. So that way you can freely talk amongst yourselves, and people can't hear what you're talking about, and you can't be interrupted if you are deep in reading. Okay. And you see she kind of like picks up her robes a little bit, and she kind of walks past you guys towards the exit or entrance, and makes the turn towards the Inquisitor's office. So you 3, I guess, which books are you guys going for, looking for, grabbing, and doing the research in?
Theo will actually go, oh, I did remember one thing I've wanted. You guys go do your thing. I'll be right back, and I'm going to go try to chase her down in the hallway.
Catch up. Sure. Okay.
I will DM you about that conversation.
Sure.
I will go to the exotic magic section.
Misty, do you go up to the
Yes.
Dawnspire section?
Yes.
Sounds good. While you guys grab those, Theo catches up and chats with her, and after a few minutes, he comes back. I will come back to you guys and your what you find and things like that. I already have all the DCs and stuff. While you guys are starting to dig deep into your books, sitting down comfortably, do you guys take the room or do you sit out amongst the library itself?
I will follow what they do because either way is fine with him.
I'm gonna go grab the books, or as soon as I grab the books, I could just find the closest empty table.
So you're not doing the special room, sorry? You're just grabbing an open table, is that correct?
Yeah, well, at least for me. Unless...
Yeah. That's fine. I will do the same.
Finally finished my paper, by the way.
Since you're on the second floor, we'll just say that you grabbed one of the tables on the second floor. And you have a few books in front of you. After probably like 5-ish or so minutes, Mev will come and join you. About this time, Theo, you do get told where some of the books are. And you go and you grab yours. Now, do you try to keep those hidden and grab a few extra books to kind of hide those, or
okay. Exactly that? Yep.
Okay. So you grab just random books.
I would look for books about also some like local culture, anything related to like the music that like people bard shit. Okay, like. Basically looking into local culture and customs, instruments, knowledges of stuff like that.
Okay.
Dawnspire was another one, so maybe something about Dawnspire as well.
Sure. Give me an investigation.
Sure.
Unless, did you ask her about it, or?
Well, I probably would have thrown that into the mix of a couple things, but.
Okay. We'll say you asked her ahead of time. So 16, you were way more focused on the other thing you asked about. So we'll say maybe you forgot a couple places that she said. It takes you a couple extra minutes to go, oh shit, that's right. She did say over here. You go back, you grab a couple of those books. You go back to the one section. Misty probably had her hands full, so she didn't grab every single book of the region. So you just grab a couple regional books. And stack those on top. You turn the ones that you're trying to keep hidden, and you just you purposely put them onto the table so that they don't see those books. And you keep those hidden from yourself.
Yeah, like the pages are facing them instead of the bindings and titles, and if there are titles on them and stuff. Yeah, and I wouldn't like formally be like, don't read these, like. I'd literally just put them in a stack, like not actively trying to hide them, but doing that, like you said, like where I flip the bindings so that it's not blatantly obvious.
Sure. So yeah, you guys start going through everything. I'll get back to the DCs here. Like I said, there's going to be different levels of what you guys uncover based on your DCs. And because it's going to be a lot of rolling, I'll come back to that. As Mom Forged, Rin and Nimona make a treacherous journey up to the religion sect of the Noble Halls. You guys waited a painstaking 20 minutes for the elevator. It finally got to your floor, was headed up. As you guys exit and head into the Noble Halls, again, as a reminder, the Noble Halls are called the Noble Halls, but have nothing to do with nobility. More than likely, the Noble Halls used to be for nobility, but as Peng Peng expanded and everything, nobles probably found better living situation inside the the volcano here, whether it be maybe more access to the lava that is deemed basically sacred, or an area that they cleared out that allowed them to have much bigger houses. This has definitely turned into the rift raft section of the city. And as you guys kind of come through here, you do notice there's a lot more guards that are trying to keep order. You are constantly hearing things being broken, arguments, people being thrown out of taverns, very rowdy group up here. You get through this portion of the noble halls and cross a bridge. There is a little bit of lava that has kind of been around the outskirts of the second tier, kind of like a moat in a way. As you guys get here, you can see that the lava does still flow kind of like a moat, but some of it has broken off. And when the city was originally built, you can see these very clearly dwarven made channels that they are using to make the lava flow through. And you guys can feel the heat as you cross over this stone bridge into the more religious quarters. And it's almost like a night and day difference. You can see the dirtiness and how just lived in this other ward of the noble halls is. When you get into the religious sect, you can see that the stone walk paths are very clean. They're clearly swept, or at least cleaned in some way, shape, or form through magical means, or, prestidigitation is not a uncommon spell for sure. And there are some of the gods that enjoy their churches to be not filthy. You quickly realize that this is not a one-stop shop when it comes to religion. You do notice that there are some churches here that have probably not been used in a long time. You pass, unfortunately, not only Kint's, who has not been used, as you can see that it's not run down, but dust has built up. The glass is not shining as brightly as the ones you see people walking in and out of. And it's not just Kint's. You see that the goddess of love, Vuth, the god of valor, Ith, and the god of mercy, Linth, all have kind of these rundown, very unused churches. When you round this corner, there's almost like a square. And at the very far end, you see two very massive cathedrals. These are much bigger than the other churches that you've seen. These churches house maybe like 50 to 100 people max. These cathedrals would house thousands. There's large steps that lead up to them. You can see the ornate design of stonework. And you can see that the path itself, these were probably the first two churches here. And one being the goddess of life, Trinity, and the other being the god of death, Gult. Both of them have statues of their gods, and they are facing each other at the very top of this platform. They weren't built touching each other, but they're within a football's length, end zone to end zone. So, 100 to 200 yards away from each other, that if you threw a rock pretty well, you could smash a window out. You kind of get to the base of these large sets of stairs, and it's the same length that it took you to go one set of stairs on the outside. So it's about a significant amount of stairs. Roughly, what did I say? It's like 1,000 steps, roughly. to just get to the top of this section, and you realized how massive these cathedrals are. And looking up, you can see that they're actually built into the roof of the cavern, that these cathedrals actually are built almost like they were dug out of the rock itself. And so you have your choice. You can make a left and go up towards the goddess of life, or you can make your right and go up towards the god of death. Or you have a few other options of smaller churches, including the rundown ones that you had walked past on your way in. So you guys are kind of at the precipice of the whole section of these religious houses. Which one would you guys like to go to?
Okay, we have option. We do the thing now, or we
Okay.
can kind of just look around.
What thing?
Mm. I am learning
What thing
all
are you
about.
guys doing?
Rin's just gonna take
I'm
a
learning-
step back away from Mom Forge.
We're gonna do it with her here.
Okay, I'm gonna go visit the Church of Kind. And
What?
he's gonna start walking that way.
What am I supposed? Hello? Am I supposed to go with you?
That's if
Nim
you,
Nim, you should come with me to the Church of Death.
if you want.
Okay, I'll go to the Church of Death.
All right. So Nimona and Momforge make the journey up these sets of stairs.
party. Let's go.
Before Rin's gonna look around, turn back around, and see that they're gonna go towards that, he's gonna follow behind quietly.
Okay. How far behind are you traveling?
Kind of a casual walk behind, like,
Distance wise.
yeah.
Give me footage.
20 feet.
20 feet. All right. That's not very far.
No, there's a reason why.
But in your defense, there is a decent amount of people coming and going, especially to these two churches. Again, these are the two largest religion sects in the entire continent, in the entire world. And so in terms of like how many people, think of like the Shibuya crossing in Japan. There's
Yeah.
that many people like coming and going. So in between you and Momforged and Nimona, there's still probably like 5 or 6 people in between each of you. I almost said the other numbers closer. There's 5 to 6 people ahead of you. There's not the other two.
6 or 8.
And-
More than 5, a little
Yeah.
under 8, you know?
Yeah, a little 6, a little 9.
Funny.
ha-
Nice.
in between both of you, you are getting. So Nimona, initially, you think people are looking at you. You're still. Are you in your armor still?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously your armor is very colorful. You're very outgoing. You don't blend in terms of normal adventurer outfit. So initially you were catching these gazes from people that are coming down the stairs, and you think they're looking at you. But Momforged, after a while, you realize people are looking past you and through you, and they're looking at this war force that is, one, being extremely loud because it's metal slamming onto these stone, as Momforge is still like, this is only like her 3rd or 4th set of stairs that she's ever walked up. So she's still trying to gauge. And of course, every set of stairs is not built identical. So Momforge is still going through that kind of learning process of just don't fall down. Just don't fall down, because Mom Forge realizes if Mom Forge falls down right now, that's a lot of people that are getting hurt because of her. So she's really hard focused on, one, making sure you're not going to get grabbed in this large amount of people, but two, also making sure she doesn't fall down and, one, get separated from you, and two, hurt innocent people. So as you guys continue to walk up, Ring, go ahead and give me a stealth with advantage.
Stealthy stealth.
18. 22. 22. You're pretty well hidden in the crowd. It takes you guys roughly about 25 minutes to get to the top because of how many people there are. And just one, how many fucking stairs there are that lead up to this place. Occasionally, sometimes you have to stop because maybe there's a bunch in line. Maybe people have decided, fuck this, I'm just going to walk back down the stairs. So you got to wait for the shift of people. And after a little bit of time, you finally reach the top. Rin, shortly after, you obviously also reach the top. And as you guys get up to these massive cathedral doors, you can see that they're already swung open. They're very Gothic in design and nature. The god of death knows exactly who he is. So you see very Gothic-like design, skeletons, different paintings and statues depicting death, but not death as in, you know, like people being murdered or killed in war or anything like that. Almost like a wilting flower, or an animal that has died, and its carcass is birthing new flowers out of it as death brings life with it. And you see a bunch of this as you walk into the initial hall of this massive cathedral. When you guys get in, you can see that it kind of splits off into a few different wings. You can see that there's a lot of it that is out open to the public. They have a main kind of like sermon area where they must hold like sizable public masses here, that people are just kind of walking through. You do see some people are using the pews and are praying. In this hall, you see at the very like head where most likely the head person would give their sermon, you see behind him the shadowy figure holding the scythe that kind of bends around the head and comes down around him, and a hand outward, a skeletal hand outward, being Galt, the statue you've seen a few times of this figure, but this is the first time you've seen this kind of design of a statue.
Wow, this is dreary.
It is darker in here, so you have more darker stone. Your stone pews that have like a darker red coloring to them. The drapery also extremely like dark tones. The windows that are basically useless down here. They are still stained glass, but they are your dark reds, blues, and purples, and they depict different scenes that tell a story. Go ahead and give me a religion check with, we'll just say a straight check for Mom Forge, disadvantage for Nimona, because I assume you haven't really read too much on the gods in between your journeys from home to here. And Rin, go ahead and give me an advantage because you're pretty fairly knowledgeable in the stories of other gods.
Religion.
19, 12, and a 19. So for you, Nimona, the paintings have the three things that you can see in them. One is a living flower, one is a wilting flower, and then the third is a hand that is coming out of a grave. That the wilting flower, you can see like the imagery kind of zooms out, and you can still see that wilting flower, but you see a hand that is like pushing itself almost out of a grave. That's really all you can. Go ahead.
What is this? Art piece you said, or?
It's the 3 stained glass panels that are behind the big statue. They're letting in some light, but it's most likely the like reflection of that like lava moat that is like reflecting off of the cavern wall. And that is what is kind of like shining behind these. There's no actual sunlight, so having these windows in this cathedral are pretty fucking useless, but that be churches. For sorry. For Mom Forged in Ren. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh.
That broke me.
For Ren and Mom Forged, you guys know that this is what the selling point for Galt is. That death brings it life. Death upon death brings it life. And that saying that they use all the time is what convinces people to not always go to Trinity and come to them, because what Galt offers is basically a message of rebirth, that with your death you can be reborn into something better or give life to something better. That death has a purpose, that it is nothing to be feared, it should be celebrated. And you can see that a lot of people also that you've been passing by and that you've witnessed are generally older, mid to late 50s and onward, in terms of humans. With your dwarves and other races, the equivalent, gray, starting to gray and further basically in their hair. Nimona, you're probably one of the youngest people that you've seen as you've passed through people, including you, Ren. And as you guys kind of are you just going along with the flow of kind of the path of people who are really just here to say, hey, I made the journey, I made the trip to, this cathedral? Are you just going along with those flows, or did you want to break off and visit anything here in the cathedral?
I'm keeping my eye out for paintings or murals that are already up of Galt.
Okay, give me an investigation with advantage because you are here with a goal. 25. Currently, everything that you've seen in this group, you know that there are a couple paintings would be perfect to fuck with. However, you also know there's a lot of eyes on this entire area. So not only destroying almost basically the equivalent of, this is their Vatican City, right? This is the holy place for them in the area, and this is a massive cathedral. So to do that in front of people that are probably here because they actually like this place would not net you probably good results in this area.
Is it
You
destroying
do
or improve things?
I mean,
Yeah.
true, but they most likely won't look at it that way. You do know that there were much less people breaking off, going to other more niche places, deeper into the cathedral, as you're just kind of following this flow. And there are other break off points that you can see coming up, and so as you continue to follow, you've seen a couple different break off points of where you've seen like paintings and stuff where if you potentially timed it right, you could probably draw quick, pretty mustache or googly eyes onto a painting if you're prepared and ready to go in that moment.
How far away are they? Like, can I still see the two?
Unless you've been forcibly pushing your way through the crowd, you've now gotten to about, probably we'll say like 8 to 10 people deep, because now the streams are starting to merge and like more people are folding in, and so you're distancing. You can still see them for sure.
Okay.
But it's not as easy because going up, they're up at eye shot level for you at all times. But now you're in a crowd of, differing heights and things like that. So maybe for a couple, 20, 30 seconds, you'll lose them because a big dude walks in front of you and you're like, get the fuck out of my way, as you're trying to, still stealthily stay behind them and not make a big ruckus. You get about 8 to 10 people away from them. You can still occasionally see them. But there is a chance that if Nimona wants to quickly duck, you may lose them.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Doesn't say I have to keep visual on it, but Rin's gonna cast Pass Without a Trace as long as they're in a 30-foot radius of me.
Okay. Is it a verbal, semantic?
It's verbal, semantic, and material, but since I have my mace, that is my...
You have a...
Yeah.
And it doesn't count. It doesn't have a monetary connection to the material, correct? Okay, so you don't need that then. Are you trying to stealthily cast this?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Okay. Is it okay if I leave the advantage thing on? Because I had
that's
it set
fine.
to
I always take the
automatic.
first roll anyways.
Stealth.
21. So you make it look like you're praying and you go, fuck this guy, and you cast your spell. So I will say they're like 25 feet ahead of you. So
Yeah.
they're on the very edge of your Pass Without a Trace. But you are able to now use it. Are you including them in your Pass Without a Trace?
Yes, they are included.
Sounds good. There isn't anything really to notice in terms of footsteps because it's like you don't leave any footsteps behind on stone. You already don't. So they don't have a way to determine that they are currently under the spell. So as you guys continue to walk through, you do see two different break-off points, Nimona. You see one where you could potentially break off towards like a bathroom to potentially prepare your stuff. And then from there, you can make your way back into the flow and could easily find another couple break-off points from there. It does kind of go in a big circle until you're ready to leave. So at any point, you can easily, follow a different break-off point and things like that. Or you could forego the prep stage, which would give you a harder DC when trying to do something. But you could break off towards like kind of like a side hallway where maybe there isn't the attention grabbing pieces. You don't see the big murals and the glass stained windows and things like that. These are much smaller pieces, much more if you really know about the the readings and the teachings, these are probably your more hardcore people breaking off to these wings of the church.
Oh God. She's just gonna look lost, clearly, for a moment.
Okay.
She doesn't know she's out of her depth, okay?
We'll say you're about like 5 minutes from needing to make a decision. So she has about 5 minutes to kind of rack everything through her brain and do that. So in the meantime, while you think that over, as you guys are diving deep into your books, Misty, since you were the first one to pipe up, you wanted to investigate like the Dawn Spire and the area itself, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can either give me a investigation, or I guess because you're reading the book, or a history check.
One second.
History of 19. Okay, so one of the first things that you read about the Dawn Spire, according to the book that you're reading, the city is real and is very prosperous, according to the readings. It is said to be a somewhat smaller town. However, its community was very tight knit and was extremely happy. They had roughly around a 300 person, just small outskirts town from Peng Peng. And about 40 years ago, it was recorded that a radiant catastrophe happened. Some say that an angel fell from the skies and destroyed the lands. Some say gods decided to bicker over something, and in the midst of their fighting, their infighting, that a radiant storm happened and created destruction and chaos in this area. And as you're kind of flipping through, those are kind of the big pieces that you get out of the first book that you kind of dig into. Click. Which one did you want to check on? I think you sent me actually a DM.
I did the 3 things, I think. The Burning Crusade and like the guy.
Okay, so we'll start with the Burning Crusade.
Yeah. I don't know why I keep saying Crusade. Is that has to be from something? Maybe
the Burning Crusade.
Is that from New World?
I don't think
so.
The
Burning Crusade is an old WoW expansion.
That is true. We were talking about WoW a couple days ago.
Wow.
Maybe it was that.
Wow.
Go ahead and give me either a history, religion, or let me see what else would fall under this. Or just a straight up investigation. Investigation will be more not generic, but more vague information. The other two will be more like hard pointed in those directions. So Arcana,
the better role. Oh, Arcana maybe. Oh no,
Arcana would be more of the like magical nature. If you're looking for like magical means of why things were made, historical would be like what they have done, what they maybe kind of like what their tenants are, things like that. Maybe a little bit on their leader, which is what you wanted. And investigation is kind of like a vague overlook of both of those things together. Maybe not the nitty gritty details, but you could get more information, just not more detailed information.
I think I'll go with a lower roll of history. It's a lower roll, but more information. So
Okay.
That's what I'm going
Let's
for.
see what you get.
And I got
10.
a 10.
There is a D8 still on the board. I'm just pointing that out. I'm not saying you got to use it.
You
but...
know what? You know what? I'll use it. I like information. I like information.
1.
Probably.
5. 15.
Hey, 5. Not bad.
All
not
right.
bad.
All right. Let's see.
A lot better. A lot better.
15. Okay. Ooh, actually 15 is good. Okay. So you also learned 2 things about them. 15 stops there. Okay. So the history of them. Let's see. So the reason why the Burning Compass was officially chartered and created was to manage the aftermaths of adventure deaths in sanctioned dungeons. Those are the dungeons like you guys came from that are usually within either lands of notable like cities, like say Pang, for instance, or they were like the land itself was pre-established and purchased by nobles or a major city or country that basically is like, okay, we found this, we basically call first dibs, and then they let the surrounding areas know. The emblem is the compass rose that is wreathed in a flame, and you can see that it has 4 notable main hubs, basically, where they house 4 notable guilds. Pang being 1, Komodo, Vanillis, and Ludsbury. So those are the 4. And on the map, you can see they all kind of connect, almost in like the 4 directions as well. You do now remember, like, Vanillis does house one of them, as you've come and gone from Vanillis quite often. Though they often dealt with like adventurers and them themselves, they weren't really in the market of buying like goods or anything like that. So you never really dealt with them one-on-one. You've known of them for quite a long time, but like in passing. So you never really paid them any attention. It's like, all the religious sects, but you just, of them, but it's always been in the back of your mind. Their motto, which now written, which you heard, I believe, Misty read this on one of them, is "From shadow we bring light, from loss we bring closure." They kind of have a sketch of like early on uniforms that all of their members wear, which are long dark blue robes that have etched flames that go down the sides of them, and as they gain notoriety within the guild, they get new colored sashes that start from white and go all the way up to their crimson red, which is what the like top echelon people wear. And then etched onto the sashes are generally different sayings or basically things that showcase that they're top dog. And it's different like sayings in like different languages of where they are from. So if it's a gnomish individual, it'll be a gnomish saying that they want inscribed onto their sash, but it's only the top echelon that get these onto their sashes. All the other ones are just that "from shadow we bring light, from loss we bring closure," inscribed in their native tongue. So if it's a dwarven person who spoke Dwarven and Common. They could put it in either Common or Dwarvish, and so on and so forth. You see on the back half is the compass is always on their back, with the north hand always facing north. The north hand is facing towards their head. What else? You rolled a 15. You know that, okay, so you know the current structure goes from, so the head of the field teams, so the group that you met is one of the field teams. Above them is the gentleman who goes by the name of Captain Vorlog. He's the head of the field teams. And in this journal and kind of like overview, it is said that he is a ruthless pragmatist who ensures the guild's objectives are met no matter the cost. A very much a no fucks given. If it means sacrificing people, he'll get the job done. As long as it means that the compass moves forward, moves north. The guild's chief, who is their so their chief is head of their medical wing, and is their lead researcher in healing magic and things of that does not use radiant. It is specified that this is religious based healing magic, as most healing magic has some form of radiance or
interesting,
basically godly intervention. Alera, she is the guild's chief mortician as well, and she is their expert in anatomy. It is said that she is a skilled necromancer who uses her necromancy in order to study other ways to allow people to use healing magic. Basically, you don't have to have a cleric or have to have a paladin or somebody of a godly intervention to be able to heal. Or they're also trying to get away from like magical potions and things like that. They want to give more people the ability to save people without the help of gods, essentially. And the guild master, the one who oversees everything, his name is Lord Valeris. He's the face of the guild. He is a nobleman whose family is originally from Komodo, it says. He is in this book, which was written about 20 years ago, it was said he was a 30-year-old charming and well-respected nobleman who has led the compass from its inception. And you can there's a sketch of him. I don't have that handy, but there is
like a douche.
He's like a 30-year-old elvish douche. Yeah, pretty much like an elvish fuckboy, basically, with slicked back hair, extremely young, physically like is your top tier of like looks. That's this guy. Definitely
so
looks
if Mev
like
was born a noble, is what you're saying.
Kinda, yeah. But like you can tell just by looking at this photo, like this guy cat calls, this guy is just like a dickhead douchey kind of dude. And like you definitely probably would not get along with him. Let's see, with a 15, what else I want to share, but I also don't want to overshare.
What was the name of the necromancer one more time? I didn't get all of it.
Alara, Elara. She's the guild's chief mortician and expert in anatomy. She heads the research into healing magic through godly means.
Yeah. I just didn't get her name.
Sure.
Elara. What?
Yep, Elara. And the last thing that you read about the field teams, like their name that they're called, is the Ember Seekers. is what their like official title is. Their field operatives are called Ember Seekers. And as a reminder, one of the groups that you've met, which again is listed in here, and it lists a lot of the Ember Seekers, but the three names that pop out to you because you've met them, Lyra, Fenrir, and Sergeant Kalen, who is the head of his Ember Seeker unit. Let me see. With a 15, that is everything that you learn on the Burning Compass just for this time being.
Hell yeah.
And then go ahead, sorry.
I said hell yeah. Good shit.
Okay. Kilo, which one did you want to read into first? One of the ones you DM'd me about, or
let's start with, because they're all dug into their Dawnspire research and like the Burning Compass stuff. I want to look into like the local cultures and like around here, around the Dawnspire thing, see if there's anything that might tie me into something I can be of use for.
Okay. I will say, as you guys are finding things too, because you're all at the same table, you are like spitting out like ooh, guys, I found this out. And so you are intermingling, sharing information. So that will, because you're kind of touching back on what Mish has already learned. If you want to, you can go ahead and roll a history check. We'll say with advantage as you read about things probably the same. And so you can kind of skim through those ones a little bit quicker. And you're looking for new things. Yikes. A 12. Let me see if that really gets you anything new.
This book doesn't have any pictures in it.
This book sucks.
It lands in the soup in the kitchen.
What the fuck is that?
We gotta go.
Destroying a book and food? Oh no.
Give me an investigation. You get through the book and you really feel like you don't find anything of use. So you move on to the next book. And okay. So with a 13, wow, you barely scratched this one. So this one is a census, kind of like a very generalized, like just kind of the comings and goings of how Peng Peng has grown. Peng Peng is the capital city of this kind of area. There isn't like official countries in a way, but there is territory that is kind of claimed that the cities kind of acknowledge. They just don't want to go through the process of basically fighting wars over it, which is what Peng Peng and the Orc Village, the Grand Orc Village, fought a war over for 20 years ago, was lands basically. And Peng Peng basically wanted to move in to and establish another small town. But it was technically on grand land, and they fought 20 years over it before places like Komodo and Vanilla stepped in and said, all right, the slaughter needs to stop because no ground is being met. And it was also costing them money because for Komodo and Vanillas to bring goods towards Peng Peng or the Grand Orc Village, they had to go through a war to get to it. And that's not good for business. But amongst everything that you look through, you do notice one odd specific thing, which is the town of Dawnspire's census, how many people have lived there. From when they started showcasing how many people lived there to the last time, which was about 3-4 years ago, that they recorded a census there, their population hasn't changed. Not even by a singular person. It has remained the stagnant same. And for a census of people, that's weird. Especially a town that small, it would probably take you an hour to go around and count up people. This is supposed to be a town of about 300-ish people. Like, this is not a massive town. So for a census to always be 300, 300, 300, 300, 300 for years and years, that's a little suspicious. But
Are we
everything
talking like
else,
decades?
yes, like long periods of time. The book that you read goes back 20 years, and they started recording themselves 17 years ago, or reporting on themselves 17 years ago, or sorry, 16 years ago, because the 4 more recent years, they haven't reported their numbers. So this year and the 3 prior years, no numbers from them. But yeah, so that's pretty much all. Besides a lot of the stuff that Misty had said, which you kind of double up on some of that information, that is what you find on top of that. We'll go ahead because it's a lot of information. Plus, I want to give Nimona more time to choose if she's going to get thrown in jail or not. We'll go ahead and take our break here, and we'll come back after like 15-ish minutes, and we'll continue.
There you go. BRB.
Alrighty.
We live?
Welcome back.
Goodbye.
Fuck it.
Oh,
we'll
I-
do it live.
All right. So, where we pick back up? As the nerds of the group are jotting down their notes and exchanging notes with each other, the sabotagers, we'll call them, slowly make their way through the church of one of the highest, oldest, most sought after religions, that of Gult, of death.
Yep.
As Nimona gets to a physical and proverbial fork in the road where she decides, does she need to go potty or is she okay?
She's okay.
She's okay. All right. Gonna risk it for the biscuit, as they say.
Wait, no, he doesn't want to do it.
Well, going to the bathroom would allow you to prepare your pack. Well, I guess yours is the bag of holding. So you
Yeah.
just think about what you need and pull it out.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
let
think
me
it's more so
rephrase
that
this.
she's chickening out.
So no longer gonna go through with the painting of the painting, basically.
Yep.
As she comes to that fork in the road, she realizes maybe Mom Fort's looking over her shoulder and seeing how many people are here. Now might not be the right time. She initially takes that step and then goes left and follows along with the crowd as you up ahead, Rin, you see her take the curve towards basically following the crowd as they head towards the exit that kind of
Okay.
shoots out the side of the cathedral.
If they're taking the exit, am I able to sneak away to get back to where Kint's church is?
You're going to try and get ahead of them?
Yeah. Now here's a question, because I don't know how this spell works. Else I'm hearing an echo. Can I?
Kilo.
Is it me?
No, I think it's Whimsy.
It's Kilo.
Oh, it's Kilo.
I can hear it too.
Can I remove them from, remove the spell perks from them? Can I, just keep it to myself? Because I don't know.
I think you would have to recast it because you choose who gets it when you
Mhm.
cast it.
Okay, so, I mean,
But they don't roll stealth unless they're trying to be stealthy for something, and they don't know you're trying to be stealthy just by you using it.
okay.
So you don't have to recast it. They're just not going to know that they had that bonus that they could have done because, well, they're not trying to be stealthy.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get ahead of them and back to Kint's church, and I'm doing it
Okay.
stealthily.
All right. It's going to need to be without being seen in a crowd that gives you a little bit of a bonus on the DC. You have advantage, I believe, right? No, you
I
get a
ha-
plus 10.
No, it's plus-
Yeah, I get a
plus
plus 10.
It's going to need to be a 19 or higher on your DC check.
For stealth.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 30.
It is a 30. Yep. In the crowd, it is fairly wide. You're able to kind of go to the outskirts and you stick to that kind of inside kind of shoulder in a way.
Mhm.
Momforge has kind of kept Nimona as far away from the opposite flow, because if somebody grabs Nimona as they're going up and Momforge is going down, it's harder for her to turn around and try to get to Nimona. So they have moved. Momforge has moved them strategically to be a few rows to the right so that can't happen.
Gotcha.
And you're able to kind of use that as you go to the outside and you get down, and as everybody starts to disperse, you are now the like 10 or so people ahead of them as you start heading towards the Church of Kent, and you kind of use the few people to just stay in front of them long enough where Nimona and Mom Forged are either talking or they're not looking for you because they believe that you are at the church. And so they continue, and you are just getting there. We'll say about 30 seconds before Mom Forged and Nimona would get there. So whatever you want to do for 30 seconds.
He's just gonna stare at like how much dust and no one's like kept the place clean, or like at least
underneath this busted up statue of Kent, you can see him being very obnoxious in his like the way they designed his statue, very arrogantly standing. You can see like his hand has been busted off, half of his face is chipped away. The paint that they used to paint over him has definitely seen time itself. It's chipped, it's very non-existent. Underneath this, you see like a drunken dwarven man, long beard, scraggly, hasn't probably showered in days. You see like 3 or 4 empty bottles of beer around him, and you just hear him snoring going to town.
Is he outside or is he like?
Oh no, he's right underneath the statue.
Oh,
inside the church.
Okay. He's gonna like.
There's no door on this church, mind you.
Okay, there is no door. Okay, he's
No.
gonna walk in, and he's just gonna look around and see how like unkept it's been.
Very.
I guess he'll approach the drunken dwarf.
Okay. We'll say, right as you're, what are you trying to do with the drunk man? Are you trying to wake him up, or are you just looking at him?
I'll try and wake him up.
Okay. As you're shaking him awake, Nimona and Momforge, you get to the like very front of this rundown church. Are you guys stopping to check on Rin, or are you just continuing?
Stop to check on Ren.
As you turn, you see Rin kind of crouched over this body that's just kind of laying there and is like not moving.
Oh no. What are you doing?
Did you kill that man, idiot?
No, he's drunk. He's very passed out.
Okay. Mom Forged, what's the ground of where they're standing? What's it made out of right now?
Just like normal stone. It's like I guess just like the whatever the cavern like cobblestone is made out of.
Okay. Mom Forged slowly drags its leg across the stone.
Oh, making the almost like the nails on a chalkboard kind of screech.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy wakes up in a frenzy. He looks up and see you kind of like crouched over. You're still kind of looking back over your shoulder, talking to Momforge and them. And he reaches up and like grabs both hands around your neck. I need you to give me a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. Okay.
Actually, sorry, athletics or acrobatics. Sorry. Gonna be contested. And it's a dwarf.
And he's drunk.
Well, he's drunk, so he does get disadvantage on his roll. 13 still
So
wins.
lucky he had disadvantage. Still lost. At least he didn't die this time.
At this point, you are now put into like a rear naked choke as this guy is like locked his legs into the like he's hooked around your legs, and you are like slowly being squeezed on as this man's like, "What do you want from me?"
I'm gonna tap on his arm, try to like pry his arm. I'm a friend of Kin's. I'm a follower.
I know who the fuck that is. What do you want? And he starts
I'm a
squeezing
follower.
tighter and tighter.
Morning, sunshine.
Wait. Do I do something or?
Can I get it?
He's squeezing. I need you to make a con save to see. He's squeezing to the point where he's trying to make you pass out.
Con save, okay.
All right, you haven't passed out yet. If you want, you can try and use your strength to pry on the arm.
Yeah.
We'll say it's at disadvantage because he has it locked.
I'm trying to pry. It's strength.
Sorry, acrobatics or athletics again. So 14, 16, and a 3. So you like pry one of his arms off. So now he's just got you like this. So you can breathe. You don't feel like you're going to pass out, but he still has you grappled a little bit.
While this is happening, Mom Forge turns to the guy and was like, listen, as much as I would love to see this continue, I'm gonna need you to let go of him, or I can show you all of the cool things my body can do to your face.
Give me either intimidation or persuasion with advantage, as he is now like he's still kind of drunk, hazy, but you look like this crazy machine walking towards him, and he just woke up from probably a 3-day bender.
Oh shit!
A 19.
I don't know how to do advantage.
Just roll again, and then I can set it on your sheet. A 19. So he's like, "All right, man. What are you?" And he kicks you down like just like a stair, so you just kind of roll over, Rin, and he's just like hands are up, but like you can see there's like a couple broken bottles around him and everything, but he's just like, "What are you?"
The short answer is I'm a Warforged.
We in war again.
Does he look like a follower of Kin?
Oh fuck no.
No.
Nope. This guy, now that you look at him, he's got what either appears to be a guard's uniform or a soldier's uniform. He's got medals on, and it's like ripped open. He's been drinking clearly with all the bottles around him. And you can see like on his face he has scarring from some form of like weapon that was bladed, and you can see like he's an older-ish gentleman for like a dwarf in his like 100 to 200 years of age, and has probably seen some shit and been a part of some shit, but he looks like he's been drinking for at least a full 24 hours, if not longer. What do you want with me?
Not what I want with you. I was just wondering why you were drunk, passed out in this church.
This shithole? I thought it was abandoned. I just needed a nap.
I mean, you can have a nap. I don't have an issue with that.
Why you try attacking me then?
I was trying to see if you were alive.
Oh, you're trying to see if I was alive so you could take my life, hmm?
No.
He grabs one of the bottles and he smashes it. You gonna try it again, boy?
The frying pan comes down. All right, what did you say?
Well, you gonna cook me a breakfast?
Fair enough. The arm comes off, revealing the flail.
While that's happening, Rin's gonna look for
Sets the bottle down.
the broken piece of Kint's. Was it the broken hand?
Yeah, the hand's like in the corner.
He's gonna. Is it? How big is it? Like, is it like?
You've met Ken. It's not. It's close to a 1-to-1.
Not saying like. Is it? I'm asking like. Is it a big statue or is it like a statue that?
It's a 1-to-1.
Okay, so I'm gonna go pick the hand up.
Like if Ken was turned into stone. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go pick the hand up and see if I can mend the hand back to the statue.
As you like go and the guy does like the fucking like wrestling, like he's rotating, but then now realizes he's in between you and the giant scary robot Warforged thing. So he like, oh fuck. He like quickly turns and he's turning back and forth, and now he slowly like backs his way to the wall so that he can see both of you at the same time. I just want to take a nap. You just let me take a nap. We ain't gonna have no problems.
You can take a nap. Go to sleep. I don't care.
You're stepping on my bed right now.
This is not a bed. This is the
Oh.
church.
Is you a bedologist now all of a sudden?
I just looked down. You're sleeping on the stairs. Are you sure that's a bed?
Wherever you want to sleep is a bed. You ever think of that?
You could have slept in the seats over here. Would have been comfortable than stairs.
Those not as comfortable. No way.
Rin's still mending the statue.
Okay.
he's just like, okay, whatever.
You've like stepped on it like some broken glass when you're getting up there and you're mending everything, and he's just like, how long this gonna take? I'm tired.
Do you need help?
I need no help. Not from you. Well, that thing's scary. Does Mom Forge still like have her mace out and is like swinging it?
Oh yeah, just well, not swinging it, but just kind of holding it.
He's definitely put like more distance between you and him because he's like realized that he has no weapon and you now have 2 weapons. And then there's the like, Nimona, during this whole time, what is she looking like? Is she smiling and
She's just sort of half smiling, but watching curious, like very with an amused, curious expression.
is that your pet? He like looks at Nimona.
What?
I'm pretty sure I'm speaking common. Is that your pet?
Not my pet.
What is it?
My mom?
That's your mom?
Yes.
Now this guy is super confused. He like is like looking back and forth, and you can see the head is just spinning and like clear of no water for like the last few days. He just like, "That's your mom," and he just falls backwards and passes out. He's still breathing. He's alive, but he just like that overloaded what was left of his brain.
I love when problems solve themselves.
By this time, the mending sticks. The hand is on there.
Yeah, he's just gonna like, I guess like, with his foot, push away the glass and just like clean it up a bit, and he's more of respectfully like trying to make it look decent.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say without like tools and stuff to actually clean it up, it looks better than when you came in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
this guy's passed out. You've cleaned it up. You've mended the broken hand of the piece you found.
Is there? I guess I'm gonna look for if there's anything that sticks out interesting in the in the church.
Give me.
While while Rin's doing that, Momforge is gonna make this god awful sound that you can only assume is like somebody clearing their throat expectantly, like a.
Okay.
It's meant to be like a.
Yeah. But it sounds like when a computer dies, like that really bad noise that like a fan dies
Like,
or something.
Almost like
And you're like,
dial up.
Yeah, you're like, no. So you hear this noise behind you, Ren, as you're like looking around. Go ahead and give me an investigation. You hear this noise. Are you trying to get Rin's attention, or are you trying to wake the guy up?
No, I'm trying to get Rin's attention.
Okay. 14. So yeah, you kind of hear Momforge make a noise behind you, like a really like attention grabbing noise.
Yeah.
With a 14, this place has been abandoned. You don't even find books of his testament. Like it's the most run. Like this hasn't been used for probably 20 to 50 years easily.
While he's looking, yes.
I did kind of save you from that idiot dwarf.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why this church hasn't been used in a very long time, and it looks like very long time.
Whose church is this?
Kins.
You answered your own question.
There are followers out there besides me.
Who? Nimona doesn't count.
Well, I mean, okay, he has a very, like, interest in another person. I don't know who it is, but they're like the number one person that he's very interested. I'm probably like the 10th. But, no, there are followers, yes. I mean, the first time I actually found about Kin's religion, it's I remember I was on an island and there was a dead cleric, and no, I did not kill him. He was actually there. I think he starved to death actually, because I didn't find food. I found his book and all.
That explanation wasn't really that. You put too much detail in that.
Okay. Would you
I
rather
You
have
offered
detail
some-
than just
stole the food?
I'm just saying when people are lying, they put in extra detail.
But I'm not lying.
Okay.
Are you
So
guys
your
trying
roundabout way of insight checking it.
Are you trying to insight check me?
Yes.
No, I mean Momforged isn't, but
With all of my wisdom. Yeah.
Again, he doesn't appear to be lying.
He's not lying.
Mm.
He's actually just looking at you with the like more serious face.
Mm.
Which isn't normal for Ren, so could be why you believe he to be lying.
Got it.
Or telling the truth, who knows?
But his more serious nature, you, with your wise wisdom and people skills, don't think he's lying. Okay.
Was that it? I'm asking you guys.
I mean, I don't. Is what it?
I mean, is that all you needed? Because you made a really weird attention-seeking noise, and it was like very almost ear-breaking.
No, yeah, no. I just needed a gratitude. That's all.
Oh no, thank you. That's chokehold almost felt like it was gonna knock me out.
dwarfs are like 99% muscle, 1% beer. That checks out.
I thought they were 99% muscle and 1% alcohol.
I think you misheard him. He said beer, not beard.
Oh, I thought you said beard.
Oh, no, beer, as in
Okay.
like the alcohol.
I had to figure out what you were trying to say too. So I figured when he said alcohol, I'm like, okay, Rin's not that dumb.
No, I thought you said beard because usually most dwarves have beards, but I retract that statement then.
No.
I retract that statement.
Okay.
I was like, wait a minute here.
Said the same thing.
Same, but different.
I mean, I don't think mentioning anything since I don't know anyone in this city that knows Matkins. They'll probably try and keep it up to date. I mean, we can go.
About this time, you hear the clanging of metal, and you hear, "What are you doing in there?" As you see, like, kind of past Momforge and Nimona, you see two guards just kind of like walking towards you all.
Oh, hello, I'm a follower of Kint. And
What?
I'll show him the insignia of Kint.
Bring that out here. I'm not coming in there.
I'll walk towards him and show him.
Officers, I know this sounds weird, but this is a church to a god that almost everybody in the world has forgotten except for this poor schmuck. And he's just worshiping.
As you like come out, he like grabs it, like pulls it down to you because dwarf.
Yeah.
Pulls you down to like his level. Show me yours book.
I'll pull out Kint's book.
He like pulls it open and just like does that like looking for contraband but trying to hide. Then he's like
Yeah.
looking through it. Is there anything in the book that would fall out?
No.
Here, and he like not nicely hands it to you. He like kind of pushes it into your chest.
I'll
Take it.
take it.
Get out of there. They're gonna tear this down soon. Probably dangerous in there.
It's not dangerous. I mean, besides the drunk old man back there.
Stay here. And he walks past you. He sees this guy just like limplessly like laying in the corner. You see him like lean down and you just hear like from behind you into it and it kind of echoes out a little bit. You good? And you hear now all of a sudden, whoa! And this guy wakes up and also starts attacking this guard. Get in here! And you see, oh shit, the other guy like runs in here and you hear them like having like a wrestling match in there.
Rin will be laughing at it.
You see this guy has like dwarven hands around his throat and he hears you laughing and he goes, stop fucking laughing! Get off of me!
This might be our cue to go.
Okay.
Goodbye, officers. Good luck.
Wasn't I talking to you? It's like pulled in and you hear like more smashing happening and you hear, hey, put that down! Shing!
Momforge is gonna walk away.
Momforge can do that now. Momforge does walk away.
Rin's is gonna be like, I hope Kint led that.
So, as you guys are leaving the vicinity of a crime happening now, we go back to the nerds. So, during this, we'll say about an hour, you guys are starting to really deep dive into your book. Well, actually, it's been way more than an hour. Probably an hour just to get up, and then we'll say a few hours they've been gone. You guys start deep diving into some more books. Misty, what would you like to deep dive into again? Because you did the Dawn's Fire, but is that pretty much the only focus that you have?
I want to see if there's more into The crystals?
The anchors?
The
Or-
anchors, yeah.
Okay.
Or both, like anything.
The one specifically that was in that picture that was shown of you of the Dawn Spire?
Mhm.
Okay. Give me either an Arcana, History, or Investigation. Arcana will go into the magical nature of the crystals, how they're made, if you can compare them at all, if there's anything that resembles the one that you've seen, but also the ones out and about. History will just be like journals and things like that, discussing if they've seen these structures. Again, seeing what you guys have seen from the viewpoint of adventurers or dungeon delvers, ruin rovers, people like that. And then in investigation, similar to Clicks, more vague knowledge, but a little bit of both. Ooh, a 20.
Nice.
All right. Okay. So within Arcana, you really kind of start pulling on some strings as you are reading through some of the books, some mentions of like the structure of what you remember, yours being, the purple crystallization, and things like that. There are talks of similar things in dungeons that people have gone into, and when they reached, they will describe like a fallen ruin, and they're going through it. It's an elven ruin. There's nothing out of the ordinary besides your traps and your undead, things like that. But then in almost every story that you've read about dungeon delving or like older ruins or caves or any of the sort that people are investigating, it always starts out normal, but it ends with the same crystallization structure that you all run into. An area that is overrun with, in a lot of the stories, they're different colored. You don't hear anything about purple crystals, but you do see things that are red, orange, yellow. So you pull on the string of the golden, yellows, things like that. And that leads you again to one of the similar pictures that you were shown originally by the Inquisitor from a few days ago. Let me just grab that again. Repost it so you don't have to scroll back up. So you get this image again, most likely where the Inquisitor copied it from, or vice versa. This was copied into this journal. But it said that large crystallization structure was said to be a golden color. And the other things that you find out is the crystal structures often did certain things. If the color was red, it did it affected one's lineage abilities. Basically things like dragonborns, whenever they tried to use their breath attack or anything that they innately can use, it changed what they were. So for instance, if it was a flame attack, it turned it into an ice breath. And other ones with that red tint did similar things to the blood of like the bloodlines and abilities, basically the bloodline abilities of other heritage types. It also, because you rolled a 20, that's really fucking high, states that a
Did not mean that. I was trying to look at something.
on the guard, Dude, that's insane. You
No,
learned the
not
last
on
time you attacked the guard?
Huh?
The blue the blue anchor, and you know so this section was written as a interview piece from a group called the Winner's Grasp. You know this name because it was the other group that the Inquisitor had named and mentioned 5 years ago. They were the other group that has seen an anchor and has, come out to talk about it. This anchor in the area around it with the like light bluish colored crystals dealt with time, temporal flow. The Guardian, they said there, was able to freeze time. It felt like that. It felt different from them teleporting, that they noticed after time that they weren't missing, and because he was teleporting, he simply was in a different place at a different time from then when they actually shot the arrow, because things around where he was warped and bent to different things they noticed as the battle went on. And that some of them who were up close and more personal to this Guardian when they fought it aged significantly when they left. It was said that some of them aged 5 to 10 years ahead of where they actually were when they entered in, and they knew that they entered and exited at weird time junctures, but not enough for that time space like dilation to be 10 years. It was just weeks and weeks that were the difference of when they entered and when they exit, versus the 10 years it said that some of them had aged. And then for gold, it is said that people who have seen golden crystals near when you're reading about this, you do notice, based on like the location and what you have uncovered and what Theo has uncovered, the area that they talk about the golden ones is specifically where the Dawnspire should be, and that these golden crystals made them see things that weren't real. Deer, and when they shot arrows at it, the arrows went through, and a mirage basically kind of evaporated as they tried to get food for the night before traveling, and realized when they came to town that this location would be a great place for where a town should be. There just wasn't a town. That all signs of where Dawnspire should be just wasn't here. Oh fuck. 20 is super high, so I'm trying to you can kind of deduce with your 20 that more than likely, because you've seen what the purple structure can do, and while it crystallized creatures, the actual Guardian themselves used a lot of shadow play, a lot of like even while in the prison, it was like he separated himself from the body, and when he reconnected, almost like a shadow repossessing a person. The explosion was an eruption of like just this darkness that went out. It wasn't like crystals or anything like that. So through your experience with that, you come to the understanding that you believe that the Dawn Spire potentially either is above or a part of an anchor. You guys know that anchors are extremely strong concentration of magic that flows into the land now. And even just being in its vicinity, it could be affecting what goes on around it. So this town is either a part of the anchor or is being affected by the anchor. And you can kind of gauge that potentially the golden color of the crystallization and the multiple stories and accounts of the mirage, the deception-like creatures and things like that, that the golden anchor or golden-like structure potentially is what is causing the this deception, this illusion, basically, of this town. And as she kind of goes through all those notes, Mev and Theo, she is like showing you proof, like connecting the dots for you guys, as you're both not like insane, like arcane knowledge wise, but you do, as she kind of just explains everything as she's finding it, you guys are also noticing a similar pattern and connecting it with the population numbers and things like that. Something here just isn't adding up. An illusion town or a town that can move or disappear, numbers of people that never change, and all of a sudden in the last 4 or 5 years they haven't been disclosing their numbers at all. Something doesn't feel right about this town, and it's not a normal town, and is leaning you more towards the thought process that Misty has kind of uncovered of, okay, maybe this does sit above or near an anchor point.
Mev would be taking notes of all of this, of like all the conversations between everybody. You will notice his handwriting is immaculate.
I don't
He's
know what
fancy.
that word means.
That's a big word for me.
Wonderful.
It's
Great.
real good. He handwriting real good. He write real good. He
Yeah,
real good
right,
at writing.
party.
It means pristine.
Pristine. Precise.
Almost
Clean.
perfect.
Prettiest you've ever saw.
Oh my god.
Much
Ye-
better than it has any right to be.
Yes.
He's left-handed though. I'm okay. Hold on with you.
He's left.
So
You know what?
so
You know what?
immediately invaluable. Like
Sure. You know what? Sure.
Oh, he's left-handed. Disadvantage with writing. Ew, dude.
He writes his sentences backwards.
Writes his sentences backwards. What a fucking
Oh,
wizard.
no.
Then you win.
He's one of those guys.
he knows exactly how much space to put each word in,
Yes.
so he writes it from right to left.
That's
Ugh.
exactly.
Ew.
You
Okay.
start from
Well,
the
so
bottom
now
of
I
the
gotta kill
page.
Mev.
Missy, that is what you uncover over the next few hours of going through different books and really like doing that meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia where he just like is like, it's all fucking connected, man. It's pretty much that, as you're like, you almost have this like epiphany of just like, oh shit, this all actually connects when you move the puzzle pieces this way and it all connects. So you connect all the puzzles. Theo and Mev, what 2 things are you guys now researching for the remainder of the time before the rest of the party gets back to the place where you're staying? Because it's also getting pretty late at this point. You're starting to push. So it's by the time they get back, we'll say it's been 3 hours. You guys finished up dinner around 6:37. We're saying by the time everything is all done and good, it's about 10 o'clock. So it'll be roughly around reconvene/bedtime.
It would, for Mev, it would be the ancient magic stuff, looking into all that stuff, and the anchor stuff, if we were approved.
Yes, that's right. So in that time, while like Misty is like fucking puzzle piecing everything, is like, see, it's all connected, man. The the librarian comes back and is just like, as Misty is like, you won't believe this.
She knocked a picture off the wall and is
Excuse me.
starting to string things together.
Yeah. Excuse me. You were approved. I have some books for you, and she sets them onto your table. And like Misty almost kind of like it's like, okay, cool. Now look at this, guys. And she's just like, goodbye. And she just kind of like
Thank
walks
you.
off. You're welcome. And you're still listening, obviously, Mev. But you're also like building off of each other is kind of how you're now turning this research table into of, okay, this is now like the truth. Now let's look specifically what can build off of this truth. Yeah, exactly, Mish, that meme. Exactly. So we'll say I'll lower all the DCs required now for both of you guys moving forward, since Misty rolled pretty fucking well and uncovered a massive part. So go ahead and give me either an Arcana or an investigation with advantage on investigation, not the Arcana part, just because, well, I'll say advantage on both. Misty has uncovered a ton
for both of us.
for him for now because he's doing research specifically on the ancient magic and the anchors. I'll say if you do Arcana, it'll be a lower roll, but you rolled investigation, so that's fine.
Yeah.
So I'll get to that, and then for you, Theo, what are you doing research into?
I think he's got like the stack of books and they've all been just like working around and doing things like that. So he's gonna pull one of the other books that like he was not like overtly hiding and just kind of open it in front of him, but use the other books like he's leaning it on like a couple books in front of him, so it's like angled away from them.
Okay.
And he's gonna look into that big thing that I messaged you about.
Give me a history. And we'll say with advantage because you know specifically what you're looking for. Yeah, I'll say history with advantage while you look through that. Mev, 18.
Oh, wow. DM inspiration, buddy?
Do you have DM inspiration? If you have it, do you?
I don't have inspiration.
Did you use it since this character's been created? Well, remember, hang on, let me check your other character sheet. Because if you didn't reactivate it on this sheet, it wouldn't have been up there. You had it on your... Oh, wait, that's Mev. Sorry. 1 second.
Oh, I should put
I'll use Mev's inspiration. Yeah.
You also had inspiration. You also had inspiration on your old sheet. Okay, so you basically you get enough of what you're looking for. I'm not going to say you like uncover all of it, but you find slightly above a normal amount of information. We'll say like if you rolled like an 18, just because you're trying to not deep dive into it, because you're trying to also look like you're still also investigating what they're working on. But you're also not trying to hide what you're working on. So we'll just find a good. There's like 5 tiers. We'll put you at tier 3, tier 4-ish area for inspiration.
Cool.
Mev, investigation wise on the anchors and like that portion. You find other connections that do connect with what she is saying. Except you find a little bit more information in terms of like the different colors and what they do. So there is a white color that does, I gotta find the anchor. Okay, so the white anchor dealt with when people were going through the dungeon. It was just supposed to be a cavern that had like an owl bear in it. Like they were just going in to clear out like this nuisance that was on the edge of town. It was killing hunters. It was a small band of adventurers of like 2 or 3 basically hunters. And they went into this den with the goal of getting rid of their problem. It was hunting all the animal that they wanted to eat. And it was just a big issue. When they got in there, they found basically a more natural pathing, like how caverns how caverns form. It's not like a nice incline, like they climb down rock cliffs and things like that. As they initially went into the cavern, didn't find an owlbear. They found this opening and were thinking, okay, maybe it went deeper, and they kept trying to find it and kept trying to find it because they were young. They didn't want to go back empty-handed. When they got down to a level which they realized it wasn't going to be as easy getting up as it was getting down, they realized that this area was covered in this white crystallization. And inside of it, they saw the owl bear, but then they also saw other humanoid figures, other creatures like wolves and things like that. And when they got closer, they noticed that these things weren't dead, and that they were still very much alive and breathing. But when they got closer and closer, they kind of made their way through this crystalline, almost forest, like they described it. The one person that survived, his recount of the entire situation was when the gentleman in front of him basically turned around and was like, these things are still alive. Standing now behind him was half of this owl bear was this skeletal kind of remains, the beak broken off, entrails coming out of this now open side of this owl bear, and its claw just clean cuts his head off. As they now realize, as he's running out of this kind of crystalline, just kind of forest, as he sees the other guy to his right get swarmed by these humanoid zombie-like creatures as they kind of rip him apart. He quickly is able to like get to a point of safety and realizes that these things they stop at the very edge of this like beautiful, like kind of silver white crystalline forest, and they just kind of stare at him, but they don't ever go outside this like boundary of where he's at. And after he sees his brethren that have fallen, they also now stand up and join this large pack of undead, looking up at him as their recently deceased bodies are still bleeding, but they have this glow to their eyes. And he recounts this fungus-like substance that is on all of them as he takes a moment, catches his breath, and knows that he has a long climb ahead of him. He knows that he needs to take a moment for himself, and he really looks at all of these as they have this like spore-like fungus on all of them. Every single one of them is dead, but still moving, but won't go past this edge of this forest. So kind of what you uncover with the same thought process as fucking it all connects over here, is most likely the white crystallization causes a spore-like substance, or emits a fungus or spore-like substance that can resurrect dead things. S'mores. S'more-like substance. You can see graham crackers and everything everywhere.
I'd fall for that.
Most likely right, it resurrects dead things. And it's creatures, humanoids, animals, beasts, no matter what, like he almost accounted for something in here that fell into that category besides like a dragon. That was like one of the only things that he didn't see in terms of typing. But for the most part, like this spore, it didn't seem like it only chose humanoids or only chose beasts. Whatever died in this forest or near this forest became a part of it. And then Theo, with your history check, do you want me to just talk about it here or?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. So while they're all doing that and connecting, and you're like, you are flipping and you're just about to shut this book, and you see a few pages in the back are stuck together. You're like, oh, that's interesting.
Gross.
And not because of anything crazy. Oh, in front of it
There's some
is
good pictures in this book.
Oh, why is that half
Real
orc
good picture.
Why is it fold 3 times?
As you go, ooh, nice.
I pick up the book revealing entirely what it is. I'm like, ooh.
What languages can you speak again?
I think just Common and Sylvan.
So, in Sylvan, as you kind of peel apart the end books, you read, it goes from Common into Sylvan, very like almost hidden into the text. You start seeing just a character or two, and then 3, and then 5, and so on, and then until it fully flows into Sylvan. As you peel apart those pages, you're still like, like you're half listening, because what you read for the next 4 pages recounts the fall and destruction of the Feywilds. Known to the Fey as the Blight, this goes over, 25 years ago, the Great Blight destroyed the Feywilds. You know this, you lived this, you fled from this. You know a lot of what is already being talked about here, but what actually piques your interest is you're almost about to shut the book and basically go, okay, this is common knowledge. If any Fae wanted to talk about this would be that book. Like, this is nothing new. You get to the last couple pages, and this is where what Misty has said, and now Mev has started adding on to it. You start now connecting things to the Feywilds. There's a story in here that accounts that they themselves saw the start of the Blight. They themselves were witness to the spread of the disease that took your lands from you. And the account starts with a magnificent crystalline structure that emerged from the ground as though it was being pierced through the lands forcefully. This crystalline structure jutted out into multiple different directions, and it wasn't a singular color. It was beautiful. It was dark shades of purple and black, reds and golds, blues, everything that you have read in these books is what this person is describing as this almost rose-like emergence of this crystalline structure being pierced through the lands that you once called home, is how they describe it. And your aha moment that you, I assume, keep to yourself, you realize that the Feywilds you always knew was a different realm than that of this mortal realm. You thought it was like this, side by side. But what now you realize is you layer each other. And what you can kind of deduce with this story and everything that you've learned from Mev and through Misty's findings, whatever caused the blight is out there in these 13 anchors. The Feywilds didn't have them spread out. They were conjoined into one. And when it pierced through your realm is when it broke apart. So your realm potentially saved this mortal realm from living the hellscape that you escaped from. But now you've come to realize that if these are here, maybe your world didn't save this mortal realm, your world delayed it. And the blight separated and spread through your lands because it was condensed. But it still had all that magic that leaked out into this mortal realm. Maybe those 13 anchors being separated this far apart from each other is just going to take that much longer for its blight to spread through this land. And you kind of shut the book with that knowledge, still intently listening, and you just kind of like slide that book to the and just kind of open another book, and continue just kind of going through it. So yeah, that is what you find in your book. And about this time, as you guys are realizing that you've gone through all of your books, it's been a few hours. The other group had come back to the Burning Compass headquarters here in Peng Peng. And the Leonin gentleman just kind of let them know that you guys were still in the library. He hasn't seen you come out. So for Momforge, Demona, Rin, it is up to you guys if you want to head towards the library to find them, or like I said, it is pretty late at this point. By the time you guys get back, it is going to be roughly around 10-ish, a little later. So if you want to, you easily could just divert to your rooms. But it's up to you guys.
Rin's gonna go to his room.
Okay.
Fastest way to the library is through the kitchen, by the way.
Nimona, Momforge, what would you guys like to do?
Nama's gonna go back to her room to tinker.
Okay.
Tinker.
Gotta take a tinker.
Yeah, take a little tinker.
Gotta take a tinker.
Momforged is probably just gonna chill out in the area.
So other areas Momforge could go that Momforge does know about, which Nimona, instead of tinkering in your room, you do know there is a forge that you could go to fuck around in. So you could go there if you wanted to, or you could go to your room to fuck around. It doesn't matter. There's training grounds, so it's got like a sand pit, weights, training dummies, things like that. You have the library, you have the forge, and then you just kind of have other like normal, just like hangout areas. Like there's a garden with a magical fountain because water does not flow here naturally. There is water here, but it does not flow naturally. And then there are just other like offshoots, nooks, crannies that you could just like that have chairs that probably people tuck into to read or do other things like that. So did you want to go to any of those specifically, Momforged, or?
You know what? Let's go to the training arena.
Okay. Did you have anything in mind you wanted to do there?
Momforged is going to get more accustomed to its new legs and work on movement and kind of learn, because it's a self-learning machine, learn the new part that was put on not really against its will, but like it doesn't know the specifications.
Sure.
So it's trying to figure out the specifications of this new body part.
Yeah, easy enough. This is a headquarter it's one of the 4 major headquarters, which Mom Forge doesn't know just yet. But it has a decent sized training facility, as this probably helps train a significant amount of members. Both martial and magical members of this still need to train their expertise. So in here is definitely like an athletics course of, jumping onto logs and swinging and doing other things that, some of these people go into the most dangerous dungeons, the most dangerous caverns, and things aren't easy. It's not walk across a bridge and get where you need to go. So they train their bodies, and it starts very simple and then works up to advanced things, like you'd see on fucking American Ninja Warrior and things like that. But Mom Forge kind of walks in there and sees like one person, this little dwarven guy, pretty young, doesn't have like a full-on beard, has kind of like these mutton chops going, and almost looks like he's struggling to get that like center part of his beard really going. But you see he's probably been in here training for a long time. He is drenched in sweat, and he's just slashing away at this training dummy, and you can see like in the corner, just like multiple of these dummies that he's probably broken apart. He acknowledges you as you kind of walk in, like looks at you for a second and realizes that you're a distraction for him, and he just keeps going back to training. We'll say, because you're still getting used to your legs, we'll do athletics or acrobatics for your kind of, how long, I guess, do you want to train for?
I mean, Mom Force doesn't get tired.
That is true. They did say, you are aware that there is kind of a quiet lights out time, roughly in like an hour or two, that like they don't want any noise, basically. And Mom Forge realizes she makes a lot of noise, so probably for the like next hour or two you could train. You can definitely push past that if you want, but you might increw rule breaking.
Yeah, I would say it would take advantage of the lights on time right now and go like do more like adventurous training of like running and jumping and like trying to like get dexterous at stairs. But then during the lights out time, it would also try and, well, during that time where it's training during the lights on time, it would try and gauge what maneuvers make the most noise and what maneuvers make like next to no noise. And so like if just like squatting makes like no noise, like it would probably try and stick to like low noise maneuvers during the lights out until somebody was like, hey, knock it off.
Sure. So go ahead and give me athletics or acrobatics. So for the next couple hours, that is kind of what you're determining, amongst like pushing, not to the point of breaking, but you're really trying to see if, well, one, if Nimona gave you good legs, but two, if you can understand how they work. And so for the next couple hours with a 12, you get like a good understanding of, okay, I know I can't jump up 15 feet. I can't leap 400 feet just from a standing position. You now kind of know your limits. You're a lot quicker than what you were, obviously with wheels, and feeling that almost that magical pull to your legs, as it's like breathing. You don't really realize that you're doing it until you really focus on it. And then you're like, fuck, now I know I'm breathing. But you do that for initially until you like understand like, okay, this is how much magic is being pulled into my legs for this. This is how much my core is doing for that. And you really like tediously for the next 2 hours really decipher like all the nuances now with your legs. And you're very impressed with what Nimona did in such a short amount of time, but also like she wasn't in a forge. She wasn't in a perfect place, which is why your legs visually probably look just a little rough. You know, they're not perfect. They aren't the perfect roundness. You know, you can still see some of the dents that she put in when she was hammering. Maybe she was a little too rough in certain areas, but like 85-90% of it is perfection. And it's the other like, you know, 15 to 10% where it's like, okay, I can see there's room for improvement here, but you're now almost kind of having like that split personality in a way where you're like me, I, she, where you yourself are your own entity, but you're also you're the embodiment of somebody else. So it's not like an existential crisis that you have, but there's a brief moment where you're like, me, her, where you're almost kind of confused about like what you should even call yourself at this moment. But you kind of move past that and you realize that your daughter, that is the one common denominator that doesn't change in this situation. Regardless if you are the embodiment of her mother or her mother, to you both, this is your daughter. And your daughter created these magnificent things that are now a part of you. And if Mom Forge could cry, probably would shed a tear of excitement, of joy, of pride that you now for the first time realize that given the proper nurturing, Nimona could become better than her mom, better than you. And you realize that just from a couple hours of jumping around and realizing what is at your grasp. And you realize that you yourself can also become so strong enough to protect her when you know your true self probably couldn't in a lot of the situations you know now Nimona will probably find herself in. And that also fills you with a bit of pride and excitement now as your own being, that you are now starting to see a separation of you're not her, you're your own person, you're your own self. And that also would, if Mom Forge could cry, would create that moment for you of almost kind of self-finding. And you quickly revert back to that version of yourself as like, okay, we got things to do. And so you, after you see the young dwarven guy leave, you kind of are also a little bit impressed by like his tenacity. So for the next, we'll say however long you want to, during lights out time, all the low sound, low energy things you pretty much perfect. So any movement negation that you've had up to this point, I think you had like a -5 to your movement speed. That's gone. You now move as fluidly as a normal humanoid, as if you had been walking with these legs since the day you were born, which has not been long. And you don't accrue any of that. And you, over the course until morning, if you keep up with that, you gain the feat of, I think it's the one where you can do a long jump after just running 10 feet. I gotta remember what it is. But you gain that feat. You can long jump after just running like a small amount of time.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, it might have changed in 2020.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out too. They might have fucking removed it.
Yeah, it might be called something different too.
That too. But regardless, that's what you'll get. Once I find it, I'll send it to you, and then I'll also add it onto your sheet.
Sure.
But yeah, so you gain that through being able to sit down and kind of go through the nuances. But yeah, a bit of pride, a new feeling for you, kind of almost emerges, and you kind of now have this ability to feel pride about your daughter, about Nimona, and you, like I said, you yourself, you're learning that you can also evolve. Nimona, while you go, are you going back to the room? Or are you gonna go, oh shit, that's right, there is a forge? Are you gonna go to the forge and fuck around there?
She is not gonna go to the forge just yet.
Okay.
Mostly, she's just gonna sort through all the materials she's got and then figure out,
Sure.
to start sketching out ideas.
Okay. Is there anything that she, like, what would be the things that she's trying to work on? Like, is it upgrades for Mom Forge? Is it upgrades to her armor that she has? I guess what is her main focus that she's trying to
Right
think of
now,
stuff?
upgrades for the wagon, maybe.
Okay. Give me either a straight intelligence check for more vague things or arcana for more like hardcore specific things.
Arcana.
Okay. 23 is pretty fucking good. So you chickening out wasn't because you didn't feel like you couldn't do it. You are very excited about the notion of unlimited paint forever. But a part of you felt like maybe doing it here could have been wrong. A part of you felt like you definitely didn't want to get caught, not by the guard, but by Mom Forge. Her helicopter momming you basically scared you more than like going to jail for the rest of your life. So part of you seeing Mom Forge and you going your own separate ways for tonight inspire you to like, okay, I can do my own thing tonight. I'm finally away from her for probably the first time in the last month since Mom Forge has caught up to you. Besides, having to go take a shit or a piss, like she has been at your hip. And even then she's probably outside waiting for you to be done. You pull out the sketchbooks, you pull out all the pencils, everything, and you just start going to town. With a 23, I will say there are two things that you kind of have an aha moment for. Horses take a lot of energy to feed, pull the wagon. If they die, you're fucked. Your wagon's kind of there. You try to figure out a way that the horses pulling you can generate an energy that you can capture, similar to how Mom Forged's core works. You don't have enough magical energy or the right setup currently that you know of to do what your mom did with Mom Forged. You also don't know how your mom did what she did with Mom Forged, in terms of like how she got her core to work without ripping her open and like going, oh yeah, that's how it works. And you don't want to do that to Mom Forge, because that's going to be a whole ordeal to convince Mom Forge to let you basically do open heart surgery on her while she's awake. And so you start jotting down ideas of like, okay, could do this. The mechanisms will be really big and really obnoxious. They will probably slow the wagon down. But you really start almost on the precipice of a breakthrough. You have a few good ideas, and we'll say that what you have here is a really good starting point to basically not needing either as many horses to pull your wagon or horses at all, depending on how your subsequent rolls go. But tonight you are in the process of basically converting animal power into magic, which can then power the wheels, can basically turn it into a car. But with the use of magic.
Oh, shit.
But you've found the starting point and you kind of have the idea of at the end. Now it's getting all the stuff in the middle to actually make sense and actually be doable. The other thing for the cart is you really, really like your bag of holding. It's one of your favorite things. The fact that you can just think of what you need and it pulls out. It's not heavy on you at all. You've loved this thing from the moment you made it. You conceptualize how to do this, but for the cart. The few storage things on it, are going to fill up quickly. If you put, a large amount of weapons or even a full set of armor, that's all of your storage underneath. That is extra storage gone completely. So then you have to sit with the barrels of food, and then your area up top gets more and more cramped. And you like people, you just don't like people that much. So you start conceptualizing how you can basically make a bag of holding in the cart so that not only you can access it, but anybody who you deem a part of your group can access it. And that if somebody else opens it, is like, oh, it's empty, and then closes it. You think you can hide things easier that way. And you think long term this could be beneficial for your group, because if you're going into these dangerous areas, maybe that brings out cool technology, maybe that brings out cool magic things. You don't want to lose the cool magic things that you just got. And if you have to leave your cart like you did here, you don't want to have to lug all those cool magic things. Sure, you have a pack that can do it, but you also don't want to become the pack mule yourself. So you want a way for the group to be able to get what you get in terms of the backpacks. So you start conceptualizing that as well. So we'll say similar to Mom Forge, over the next few times where you have time to sit down and you roll for it, you now have 2 starting points for upgrades that you can make onto the cart as an artificer. And once you start fleshing those out, then you'll understand the materials that you will need. Obviously, the self-drawn carts will be much more significant of a DC. And the kind of bag of holding for the cart, we'll call it the cart of holding, will be slightly less, still difficult. It's not been done before by anybody on both of them. So you are trying to make your mark on the artificing world, and you have a really good start for both of those. So we'll say after a few hours, your eyelids start to get heavy, but you've sketched out a significant amount of ideas and designs for both of those things for the future. And then Rin, you went to your room, correct?
Yeah.
What were you doing for the next couple hours before probably bedtime?
Probably his usual of like a prayer, or like, of course, prepping his spells.
Sure. I mean, that doesn't take super long. It's not going to take all, few hours you have left for bedtime, but
he'll probably just lay on his bed. Of course, no shoes, because don't get bed dirty.
the rules.
Have his armor, set on the armor stand and all that, and he's just staring at the ceiling. And of course, the thought of Kint's, what he said to Rin about revealing of who he truly is, he's just gonna have, you know how Kilo, your mic, it's echoing. Someone's echoing.
I am like a foot and a half away from my mic.
Someone was echoing. I can hear myself.
Pretty good. All right, continue.
He's gonna have like an arm covering his eyes and just trying to figure out how can he approach the group about this.
Okay. Give me a D100.
D100. 95.
Jesus fucking Christ. Why? Why you gotta roll a 95 to 100? Why do you have to do that? Okay, we're gonna come back to that after after that because this is gonna be a whole thing. But
Okay.
so after a few hours, everybody kind of returns to their rooms. I think Nimona and Mom Forge are sharing a room.
Yes. Everyone else got a single room.
Okay.
Yes.
Misty, give me a wisdom save as well. You all get back to your rooms.
Forge doesn't return to its room unless it gets kicked out of the
Right.
the
So
training area.
Nimona, by the time you like are getting cozy in bed and getting ready, Mom Forge hasn't come back, and you're not worried. You know she's here, but you know she also doesn't need to sleep. So maybe like not seeing that glowing arcanic look on her face staring at you as you're trying to sleep and having to like roll over like, okay, she's still watching me. This is weird.
They don't have to sleep. Oh no.
You know, you're not being Edward Cullen while you're trying to sleep in the bed. You actually fall asleep really fast and you get probably some of the best sleep, not because the bed is amazing. You don't have somebody watching you sleep for, again, the first time in like a month. At least while you go to bed. Click, did you see the thing I sent you?
Yes.
Mev, when you leave, do you take any of the books with you? You or I guess Theo or Misty?
Are we allowed to? Or did they say?
Didn't see you had to return anything.
I'm gonna put all my trust into Mev, and hopefully he took the best notes.
Okay. You take the books back, you put everything back. Theo, Mev. Do you guys ask at all? You can also do that.
I would just put my book back because I feel like I got the knowledge I needed out of that.
Sure.
At least from now. For now.
Okay. Mev, what would you like to do with your book? By the time you're deciding, like everybody didn't pull their books out of the same spot. So if you wanted to, you could either try to hide it from the others or
I'll try to hide it. Sure.
give me a stealth with advantage as you 15. I feel like it's pretty well hidden. All three of you exit. No issues happen. The librarian isn't there when you guys exit. Only one of the people who was doing their kind of research is still in the room. And you can see again their piles have increased. And they are just really going ham on whatever they are kind of investigating, basically. But yeah, you guys go back to your rooms. Mev, you pull out that book And you do another deep dive. Go ahead with advantage. Give me an investigation, as now you're not trying to stealthily look for it, look through it, but you're doing more investigation. Okay, with the 17, the object that you are searching for, you know it to be rare, extremely rare, powerful, and since you learned about it and uncovered everything, the thing that is at the forefront of your mind, the thing that you go to sleep thinking about, you wake up at least having a thought about at least once a day of, okay, could something be here? Could something be here where we're going? That smuggler in you, always looking for that next opportunity to get more information. And you don't know specifically what to look for, but when you were looking through the books of like ancient magic and all this, there were discussions that a king used to wear a amulet, and the amulet wasn't, it was said it was an amulet crafted for peasants, not for kings, because the way it looked, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't a ruby or any known crazy rare substance, but this was an elven king who long ago took sorry, not long ago, but an elven king that through generations handed down this amulet. And what this amulet was used for was, it was a key to open a door that held one of the most powerful, I guess, treasures of the elven people. The orb of which you yourself seek, and from that moment that it was shattered, and in the pieces that you have found up to this point, this is the first that you're hearing of this amulet that can be used as a key. And it was a key, yes, to a door, but not to the door that you used to get in here. Nothing like that. More like a door to a reality in which you can always find what you seek. And reading more and more, you learned that when this orb was originally housed within Vanillus, with the Elvish people, it was stored not in this plane of existence, and that this key, this amulet, is what allowed the king to access it. And many years like passed after this king had died, and their more recent tales tell of the orb's loss. It was stolen, it was taken, it was lost to the people, and there's no knowledge of where it went, besides a small, more recent, within the last, for you, more recent, it tells that while the orb itself was placed into different planes of existence as like a way to store it, it wasn't because of the amulet. It was actually discovered that the amulet was one of the ways that mortals could access it. It was actually the orb that placed itself into these different planes of existence. And it was only through the use of the amulet that they were allowed to access it. Give me an intelligence check with advantage.
I was going to ask if this incurs something in Mev's newer shadow abilities.
Yes. So
Just straight up intelligence.
yep, straight up intelligence with advantage. Because you mentioned that it'll be a much lower DC.
How do you roll it? Is just mod again? Oh, okay. New sheet.
So 16. Yeah, plenty enough because of your like inquiry and stuff like that. So Mev realizes that while some of the pieces he found were in this realm of existence, maybe not all of the pieces are in this realm of existence. And while he might not ever get access to that amulet that the king used, he doesn't need it. He knows that this new gift, this new power that was bestowed upon him by Nyreek, he can access at least one other plane of existence and can go there. He doesn't know. Like in theory, this could be used to go to other planes of existence, but you've never tried, and you've never asked Nyreek if it's possible. But the connection between your newfound lantern and potentially what this king used to access this orb potentially are the exact same.
Interesting. Okay. And so is library? It lights out. Is it like no noise, so you can still kind of go around?
Yeah. So they said lights out is like don't make noise, otherwise you piss off the big guy who walks around the halls as kind of like its protector at night. The lights out time is basically like, hey, you make noise at your own peril. People are trying to sleep.
All right. Do I know if does the library close? Is it open?
You can go check.
Okay. I'm going to slip like a couple pieces of paper in the book and hide it in my jacket, and then work my way there.
Okay. You kind of peek out the hallway and you quietly shut the door. As you walk towards the library, you get there and doors are still open. That person is still like, oh, fuck. Okay, I'm writing, and he looks up and just continues going as he kind of like hears you lightly go down the stairs. Go back over to where you found the book and you place it back in.
Yeah, I like pull the papers out, acting like I forgot my notes, and put it back in, like play a show and just continue back in case somebody's watching.
Sure. Give me a performance just in case, just for fucks and shits and gigs. See how good or bad you are.
Daddy one, baby.
I hope not.
5. You're like way over the top, like, oh, forgot my forgot
Forgot my notes.
You're a little more frazzled. Obviously you just kind of like uncovered like the next piece, and like you've been searching for this shit for a while. Like you would sacrifice how many people in this group if that means you could get all the pieces. Maybe 0, maybe all of them. But you have that moment of like, I've been so stagnant and I'm trying to find these pieces for so long. Like you thought Skyforge was going to have one. That's why you went there. That's why you honestly seek out all this other danger, because you're just hoping that something is there. A clue, a piece, even a small fragment of a clue, just to start pointing you in another direction that you haven't found in so long, and you finally now truly have a compass needle pointing you in the right direction. You kind of sell your performance because you're excited. You kind of have a newfound purpose again. And so you have a little giddy to your step, but you kind of recompose yourself as you head out into the hallway. And you are now, as you walk out into the hallway, you hear that. And you kind of about like 100 feet in front of you is this large gargantuan, like humanoid, in this long blue cloak. And on the back of it, you can see the compass, the insignia of the burning compass, as he just is walking, and you can see like his head is barely missing the top of like the roof, and it is like a good 20 plus feet above you. And you can just see he's almost like sentry like. He's just moving through the hallways, and he just turns and goes down like a side path. Doesn't ever look behind him, doesn't look to his side, doesn't see you, but just continues to walk. And again, as you kind of pass that turn off where he had turned, you can just see him walking down the hallway towards the other end of the place that you are all staying. You continue back to your room, still quietly open it and shut it and kind of doff all your stuff and crawl into bed. Again, little smirk on your face, but you also sleep pretty soundly. With a 6 wisdom saving throw. We will touch on that in the next episode. Getting pretty late. We did a lot. And that is going to add a lot more time onto it. So we'll pick that up on the next episode. But yeah, that'll be it. You guys are all headed to bed after a pretty eventful day for all of you. As you all feel the next day almost all imbued with a little bit of pep to your step, as a lot of you have uncovered some things about you, information about your past, and where you're headed in the future. So we shall see you all maybe next Sunday, but if we do that, we win D&D. We'll see. We'll see you in the next episode, regardless of next week or the week after. We appreciate all of you, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, love you. Bye.